Good afternoon. I'm going to call to order Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole for March 17th. First item on our agenda is roll call. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner DeLue.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Ray.
Present.
Chair Strebs.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you. All right, our second item on the agenda is the opportunity for public comment. Public comment can be made in person or by phone if you're attending virtually. You can call 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748 and press *3 to join the speaker queue. Callers may request to join the speaker queue at any time before the final public comment period ends. You'll be permitted to speak during the specific public comment session for which you request to join. Speakers will be recognized in the order their requests are received. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Welcome to you. Yes, you got it. That's right. Hello.
Hi,
Welcome.
I'm Ashley, and this is my son Light. We are from here in Kalamazoo, and we're here to government today. We wanted to address the commissioners today about childcare, or the lack thereof. I'm a single mom, a working mom. I'm a nurse. I had to resign from my last position as a third shift nurse because we didn't have any safe and reliable childcare for him. I even tried to work at his school for that discount, for the employee discount, and went completely broke. Just lost everything, all of our savings. That was a nightmare. So moving forward, childcare is just so hard to find. And then if you find it, how are you going to pay for it? And without the childcare, then you can't go to work. And if you can't go to work, how do you pay for rent or groceries or medicine? And it seems like most months, I'm forced to choose between those things. What are we going to do this month? And what is it that we're going to give up this month? And it just seems like in this day and age, that's pretty unreasonable. And I hope that our commissioners can do something to help us with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Amy Bedard. I represent the League of Women Voters. I'm speaking on behalf of the first reading you have later in the meeting about local democracy. Since 1920, the League of Women Voters has been an activist grassroots organization whose leaders believe that all Americans should play a critical role in our democracy. Our organization was founded 6 months before the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution was ratified, giving some women the right to vote. That fight was hard fought, and we would like all Americans to keep the right to vote. Our mission is empowering voters and defending democracy. We envision a pluralistic, multiracial democracy where every person has the desire, the right, the knowledge, and the confidence to participate in the voting process. Now, here in our state of Michigan, ballot proposals are being circulated that would impose documentary proof of citizenship requirements on voters, creating red tape and injecting confusion into the voter registration process. These initiatives would walk back the incredible strides our state has taken in making elections accessible to all citizens. These proposals go against the founding purposes and mission of the League. As such, I asked you to vote yes on your resolution to oppose ballot proposals or legislative efforts to create unnecessary barriers to voter registration and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. You got it.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Mariah Bryant. I'm a resident of the city of Kalamazoo. I live in the Edison neighborhood. It's good to be here with you all tonight. I'm also the Director of Programs at Voters Not Politicians, which is a structural democracy reform organization. And it's important to emphasize that we are a nonpartisan organization. I'm here tonight asking you to bring to a full vote the resolution contained in your board packets for this evening, opposing the ballot initiative known as Americans for Citizen Voting. This policy would steal the right to vote from eligible, legal U.S. citizens, especially married women like myself, voters in rural communities, active service members, and senior citizens, and more. Under the policy pursued by ACV, the identification most you and I and most everybody has in their wallet or their pocket, their driver's license, is not sufficient enough to cast your ballot or to register to vote. In fact, that's true even if that ID is real ID compliant. Recently, the Macomb County Clerk referred 15 individuals for criminal prosecution because they were believed to be on the voter rolls illegally. Since then, 3 of those 15 have been confirmed to be U.S. citizens, all of whom were legally eligible to vote, despite that they are currently facing criminal charges. There are real consequences for legal U.S. citizens when we try to clean up the voter rolls with a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel. We all know voters should choose their politicians, not the other way around. This initiative is another example of certain electeds trying to change the rules of the game to avoid accountability. ACV represents massive government overreach by those who have no clue what it takes to run effective elections. I'm lucky to live in Kalamazoo County, where I trust our county clerk and our local clerks to administer our elections to the letter of the law in a nonpartisan way based on years of expertise. Our elections are secure, accurate, and accessible. Tonight, I'm asking you to help keep them that way by moving this resolution forward and by using your personal platforms to fight against documentary proof of citizenship initiatives at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I did warn you.
Welcome to you. You have a button on your stand to turn your microphone on. There you go. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Bergman, and I am a Kalamazoo Township resident. I love Kalamazoo, and I am so grateful for y'all to be here on this festive day. Am I right? But I want to draw your attention to the serious shenanigans going on in all levels of government. I'm really dissatisfied with the fact that we don't have representation in voting like we should. We have a whole bunch of people telling a whole bunch of lies. And we all know the truth, don't we? That it's just tricks. I would really, really love it if y'all spoke on behalf of citizens in Kalamazoo County and passed the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment?
My name is Zachary Lassiter. I live in the city of
Welcome.
Kalamazoo. I'd like to speak on the people that you guys have intentionally discluded from participating in this meeting today. As we all know, there was a unplanned incident which resulted in the elevators of this building being not able to be used to get to the second floor where this meeting room is. And the Open Meetings Act requires that meetings be held in a place that is accessible to the general public. That includes, I believe, people with wheelchairs, people that are elderly, county commissioners that struggled to get up the stairs today. I'm not going to name names. And I mean, I've spoken to several attorneys. I've spoken to several state agencies. You know, maybe those attorneys didn't get their bow tie and law degree from a Cracker Jack box, but like you're. Excuse me, I have the floor. I have the floor.
Gentlemen,
I have the
gentlemen.
floor.
pardon me.
I have the floor.
Order, please. Mr. Lassiter, please continue your comments.
This isn't appropriate to be excluding people from the public from participating in the meetings, and it needs to be addressed. I understand that a downstairs room for remote participation might be acceptable for an emergency circumstance, but this is now becoming an ongoing issue and it needs to be addressed. There are other venues where this meeting can be held in the city of Kalamazoo. Through communication with Vice Chair Taylor, he also raised something I didn't even think of is this meeting allows for remote participation downstairs. What about the other public meetings that we have in this room? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, Administrator, do we have anyone online?
We do, yeah.
Thank you.
They'll be brought over.
Thank you. Administration has indicated we do have a virtual participant. They'll be brought over so they can share comments.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ben Gardner. I'm Michigan Senior Campaign Manager for All Voting is Local. We are a voting rights organization that works on and supports expanding access to the ballot and removing barriers to voting. And I just want to echo what my friends and colleagues have said and urge you to vote yes on the resolution before you. We are very proud of the coalition that's come together. I'll note it's a nonpartisan coalition of dozens of organizations that are speaking for the voters that would be impacted by the SAVE Act and the Michigan version of the SAVE Act. And so I'll keep my remarks brief because my other colleagues have done such an excellent job of laying out the facts around this damaging proposal. But I think that you as trusted messengers, have a wonderful opportunity to stand strong for our elections in passing this resolution. And we hope to work with you in the months ahead to raise awareness about the ways that this proposal would impact voting access for Kalamazoo County residents and voters all across Michigan. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Council.
may I ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Yes, Council.
I'd like to apologize to this body and to the public for my inappropriate outburst, ma'am. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Council. In addition, Council, I'd like you to address the accessibility that we've accommodated for community. I want to make sure that the public is aware of the option should they desire to interact at this building and with us this evening.
Madam Chair, respectfully, it's come to my knowledge within the last 20 minutes that this matter is now subject of a criminal investigation, as that there was a complaint filed with the Sheriff's Office. And I strongly recommend, because of that, that this body does not discuss that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take that under advisement from Council at this time, and we will move forward to item number 3, which is a review of our accounts payable and payroll disbursements. For that discussion, we'll welcome forward our Finance Director, Mr. Ryan Post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners.
Nice green, Director. Welcome.
As the Finance Director, I find it appropriate to wear green, not red. Thank you. Also in celebration for the St. Patrick's Day. This evening, we have an accounts payable claims list totaling $3,277,388.85 is presented for your review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve claims totaling $3,088,432.75. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,597,784.15 are presented for the March 13th elected and general payrolls. We welcome any questions from the Board of Commissioners at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the Commission? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Sorry, thanks. Thank you, Chair. On the first line, NPC Bank, we've got 3 claims on there totaling quite a bit of money. 1 or 2 of them say February replenishment. The other one is a bond replenishment. So I'm curious what that's for.
These are for the courts, and so what they do with this is these are for accounts that they have that very similar with the county's pension costs that you'll see up above. This is a way that when you have separate bank accounts, in this case a custodial fund managed by the courts, they charge activity just like we do for the pension to these balance sheet accounts, and then we transfer money from the banks and hit these accounts. So it's a wash. It's a paper trail essentially on our general ledger is the purpose for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think those are the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll take up item 4. This is our monthly investment report. We'll welcome forward Chief Deputy Treasurer, Mr. Tyler White. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. All right, well, as of February 28th, the county's investment portfolio had a par value balance of $162,731,860.54 and a market value of $162,651,148.63. So there's a variance between the two of roughly $81,000. Note that that's an increase of $247,000 from January. But as a reminder, this doesn't impact us unless we were to liquidate our portfolio. Our strategy is to hold assets until maturity to avoid any sort of realized losses. For actual returns, for the month of February, our portfolio earned $487,338.11 on an average daily balance of $162,065,058.30. It's an effective rate of return on our investments of 3.92%, which is inclusive of all of our realized gains, losses, amortization of investment premiums and discounts. And of the $487,000 we've earned, $242,580 relates to the general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. For the year so far, our portfolio has earned $1,080,388.85. On an average daily balance of $161,315,032.90. Our year-to-date for January and February has an effective rate of return of 4.14%. So this is also inclusive of all the same realized gains, losses, discounts, maturities. And of the $1,080,000, $598,507 relates to the general fund. So getting into inflation, over the last 12 months through February, it was 2.4%, holding steady at the 2.4% in January. Our 3.92% rate of return is greater than inflation. We experienced a 1.52% net gain in our purchasing power, and inflation is spread across the following categories. Food is up 3.1%, energy, commodities, or fuel down 5.2%. Energy services or utilities up 6.3, of which electricity is up 4.8, gas is up 10.9, shelter is up 3%, transportation services up 2.2, medical services up 4.1, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, up 1%. Note these inflation numbers don't include the impact of the war on Iran. Recent spikes in cost of oil and the downside impact that increased fuel prices have on everything else in the economy. These are lagging numbers. We will know more when the up-to-date numbers for March are released. That'll be sometime in early April. With that in mind, the Federal Open Market Committee, what sets interest rates, is meeting today and tomorrow. And they'll decide whether to cut interest rates or keep them steady at the 3.5%, 3.75% range. The Federal Reserve's dual mandate is steady prices and maximum employment. But February's jobs report wasn't the greatest. It showed that the economy lost 92,000 jobs instead of the projected gain that they had. Fed is currently balancing whether or not they need to cut interest rates for the sake of the labor market, or if they need to keep rates a little bit higher to avoid inflation in an environment where we're probably going to have some increasing prices courtesy of the conflict. The Treasurer and I will continue to monitor this. We expect the Fed will hold rates steady while we wait for more data. The markets had already priced in a rate cut sometime in June. We'll see if that still holds true. Whatever the case, we will keep you all informed as we learn more, and we'll run from there. With all that said, I'd be happy to take questions, and see what we can do.
Thank you so much, Deputy Treasurer. Do we have questions? Commissioner Kistler?
Thank you. Tyler, maybe it's just my recollection, but usually the difference between the market value of our investments and what the opposite side of that is much, well, not much, but it's larger than it is today. Is there an explanation for that other than that kind of thing happens every now and then?
In part, it just happens every now and again. As the value of our assets goes up, especially if the market is pricing in rate cuts, where the value of some of our longer term pieces just gets higher and higher. We are getting an interest rate above what the rest of the market would otherwise get. We could sell that and get some extra money in, but then we're not getting the higher interest that we locked in over time. That's part of it. Another part is we've done the kind of work to increase what our portfolio is earning, but we also ended up moving some funds around in our one of our managed portfolios, investing money with the housing fund. We had about 10 million that we were requested to invest. Instead of taking money, pulling it back to the bank, then reinvesting it, we asked our portfolio advisor, can you sell off some of the pieces we've got in the general fund, push it to the housing one, because it was a $10 million request. So they sold some of that. Some of the losses were falling off in that. And then we've got now just what's remaining is less of a variance that we're still seeing. And of course, we didn't have immense losses. We still earned 487,000 during February, just slightly lower than January's returns. Hopefully that answered your question, please, if you got follow-ups.
Yeah, it sure does. No, I've got another question, and that has to do with the jobs. How often are monthly job reports corrected in subsequent months? It seems to me that's pretty frequent, isn't it?
It is
Up
pretty
or down?
Yes, it is pretty frequent for that, and that's because the data that Bureau of Labor Statistics gets, it's not always complete. And if the deadline is 12/31, but I don't get the data that they need for a report until January 15th, well, then that's going to be caught in a revision down the line. And so these revisions are common, but they're mostly noted when something goes away from expectations. In this case, where we expected, job creation and you see job loss, it triggered a bit of alarm bells. At the end of the day, it's 92,000 jobs. It's not as if we lost, a 250,000, but a loss when you expected to gain. That gulf is still sizable enough to make the open market committee look for more data before they decide to cut interest rates, say tomorrow after.
One more. I'm really asking for you to humor me here. Excuse me. The 92 that is now declared as the loss, what sectors were those from?
Part of it is government. The DOGE cuts at the federal level, those continue to be rolled out with those reductions in force. So government falls into that bucket for sure. Other ones, as AI is taking off, and there are some lower level white collar positions that don't necessarily need anymore because staff have different tools that say, well, maybe I don't need 2 extra data analysts, I only need 1. And as folks retire, leave jobs, some may not need to be replaced. And so that job creation just never happens. Those are the ones that have really been pointed out to me. It's not as if seasonality is falling into this, like we'll see in the summer when, okay, school's out for the summer, all these teachers that would be represented in the market just aren't there. So this would be actual job losses and not necessarily a seasonal thing, at least as far as I'm aware.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We're going to move to item number 5. We're going to get an exciting update, I think, of the Kalamazoo County Fair. We'll welcome Parks and Expo Center Director Dave Rakowitz. Oh, we got a whole team coming. There you go. Welcome, Director. Good to see you.
I should have put my glasses on before I started push-up buttons. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the time tonight. I'm here today to give you a brief update on the status of the Kalamazoo County Fair. And what I can say is I think some very exciting progress and new energy, new ideas, new people at the table. And I think it's really a good foundation for, I think, what I heard from this body, a community event, something that draws a lot of people to the Expo Center and Fairgrounds and becomes really, I think, more of a marquee event for Kalamazoo County. First off, I want to recognize a couple people involved on our end. So Abigail Phillips is an intern from Western Michigan. She's a graphic artist. She designed our new logo and has been working on a lot of the artwork, the brochures, the website. Really very talented. You know, we've had really great success with Western and couldn't be more impressed with the caliber of some of the students there that we've had the privilege to work with. And then Mandy Eldred from our team has done the lion's share of the work as far as organizing the committees and doing sort of all the behind the scenes work. She went to the Michigan Fair Conference this year in Grand Rapids. So she's done a lot of work in sort of helping us move this forward. The other part, I'm not going to go through the list today, but we have 3 committees that have been working. So we moved away from a governance model to a new model. I've been very pleased with the people at the table, ideas, and the level of engagement. We have 3 committees that have been working. So we have entertainment and events, marketing, first aid, safety, and emergency planning, and then the overall work group that's been meeting regularly to move this forward. Again, I'm not going to name the groups today. We'll give plenty of recognition as we move forward, but also there's been a lot of folks in the county, administration, HCS, Sheriff's Department. It's really been, you know, sort of what we've talked about is it takes a village to sort of do this event that is a community event, and we're starting to bring those people to the table and they're engaged and participating. So very exciting. Cannot get the PowerPoint to scroll through to. Oh, there we go. I just gotta get near it sometimes. The other part I want to just sort of highlight is we are totally focused on the future and sort of letting go of the history and just sort of saying, you know, where we are today, where we want to be in the future. I mean, those are sort of, that's the path that we're really working towards of a really positive event for our community. So the first thing I want to share with you are the dates. The fair this year will be August 4th to 8th. So the one thing I'm not going to highlight much today, the 4-H component is strong. Those pieces will all be there and sort of continue as they have in the last few years. So livestock auction, all the different shows and participation camping, all those things will happen as they have in the past. So the 4th to the 8th, with our focus is really going to be on a 3-day sort of community festival. So it'll be the 6th, 7th, and 8th, which is Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we've expanded the event to really this year to do 3 days of a lot of activities. So the other days will be open for public participation, but it will be more of a scaled back, more focus on the 4-H piece. But then that Thursday, Friday, Saturday is going to be sort of the community celebration part. We brought in 3 daily shows this year, so they're going to be throughout the day. So one of them is going to be a steamer's thrill show. So this is sort of acrobat, sort of circus style events and activities. A show called the Stone Age Show, which features dinosaurs and skits and entertainment. And then a foam fun zone that will do 2 shows daily. It's really an interactive activity for kids to participate in at the event. The other thing we've really worked on is this year we're looking to do sort of a main entertainment on Saturday night, and we're working on having a rodeo. So we still have details to work out, but it's sort of a big sort of at the end of the event, that will be sort of the closeout. And it's sort of, again, this is a step in that direction of doing a much more pronounced event for Kalamazoo County. We worked a lot on trying to look at carnival options for the fair. And unfortunately, this year, we were not able to secure a contract for a large sort of traveling carnival network. So we sort of said, well, what's the next best thing we could do that sort of starts moving us in that direction. And really, I think the other thing that we sort of recognize is like when people come to the event, does it feel like a county fair? And I think that was something that, we felt like we were sort of missing, and we're trying to sort of move in that direction. So we were able to secure an amusement company that's going to bring some carnival rides, fun houses, traditional carnival games, those type of activities for kids. It's geared more in that 4 to 10 age group. So then we looked at what could we do to supplement that. So we're going to have a climbing wall, a mechanical bull, miniature golf. We're looking at sports tournaments. Looks like we have a kickball tournament lined up. We're looking at pickleball. We have pony rides and a petting zoo. So just as many activities and events that we can add for people of all ages that come. We're going to have 2 stages this year at the event. We're going to have a community stage, and then we're going to have a main entertainment stage. On that community stage, we're going to have cultural events. So we're looking for partners or organizations that want to participate. So some of the things we already have lined up are a princess show, superhero event, Trinity Prep Dance, Kalamazoo Civic Theater, the Magic Balloon Guy, a magic show, and we're working to hopefully get Wellspring to participate. And then on the main stage, each night we're going to have a band, and then are going to have karaoke and other activities and entertainment throughout the day. And again, that hopefully will be geared more towards that tween or teenage group, an activity that age would enjoy. We're also adding a contest central this year. So this is a way, number one, just to have a fun activity when you're there. Number 2, a way to invite organizations or nonprofits or groups to participate. So we're still hashing out a lot of the details, but our goal is, hopefully about hourly to have a different fun, just sort of activity game contest that either could be sponsored by a local company, a Rotary Club, or if we don't find someone to do it, we'll just do it with our volunteers and our team. One of the things that we're really working on this year are community partnerships. Really excited that El Concilio has signed on for one of the nights of entertainment. They're going to bring a band and activities, and they're going to bring some youth programming to the event. And those are the types of organizations that we're really trying to reach out to engage and really make this event. We talk about Kalamazoo. We want this to feel like Kalamazoo and invite everyone to participate and be at the table. We've been working very closely with Discover Kalamazoo on potential partners. The Best Damn Sport and Social Club, we're working with them to do some of the sporting events at the event. Having demonstrations by the Kalamazoo Electric Vehicle Association. So, you might be able to sit in or drive electric cars, learn about how they work. And then some of the county departments I mentioned, from the area agency on aging, the drain commissioner, emergency management, veteran services. We're really just looking to partner with any county department that, wants to do programs, wants to do marketing. One of the other activity areas we're working on sort of commercial booths. We're also looking at having sort of a community portion of tabling. So if a nonprofit or a community organization wants to come and have a table, and whether it's static and passive, or they have the option to man that and reach out to people in our community. The next thing I just want to sort of cover is next steps as we're moving forward. So in the very near future, we will be requesting budget adjustments. So we had allocations in our budget this year. So we're very close to having that fine tuned into actual detail of how we will spend that money. So we will bring some budget adjustments forward for consideration for the Board of Commissioners. We're going to continue planning with the various groups and, a lot of outreach. Even some other, administration has just connected us with people in our community. And I have some of these. I'm going to leave them with the board office. If you want one, take one. We can email it to you as well. This is sort of an invitation. It's an invitation to, as you're out in our community, if you're at another event and you see something cool, or you see people that are trying to reach out and get a message across, this is an opportunity for them it's an invitation to participate is really what we're looking to do. So someone in your district, someone at another event you're at, as we're working across, I just went to the meeting with the Soil Conservation District. That's an organization. I went to that and it's like a light bulb went off in my head. She was talking about how they want to do more outreach in the community. And I'm like, that's a group that we need to invite to participate at the fair. We're also excited that it sounds like the Farm Bureau is looking to re-engage this year. So we're making really good headway. We have a lot of work to do. But today I just wanted to give you a sort of a quick 10,000 foot view of what we're working on. There's a lot of people working behind the scenes to make all this happen. But we're making good progress. And I think, I'm excited about what this event will be. And again, to me, this is not a baby step, but it's a step one. And it's really, if we can start to build these relationships, I think we can make this, I think the event that what I heard this County Board of Commissioners would like to see in Kalamazoo County. So there's more work to be done, but an invitation to you, if you have ideas or people you want to connect or feed to us, please do. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So, Director Reckwitz, thank you so much for the update. I know, what a period of transition the fair has been in now for some time. I'm just very pleased with the update that we've received today, the work from you and from Mindy, and all of the interested stakeholders here. This looks very exciting and something that I could see my young one at and really enjoying and having a good time and experiencing what we're hoping to build. And with all the barriers and struggles, I know we had in-depth discussion on the struggles in the carnival space and what's happening to that whole sector in the economy, and really how you're working to problem solve around that. So just kudos to you. Thank you so much for this. I'll open up to some other questions. I'll go to Commissioner Gisler and then to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, Dave, I was sitting in with the Fair Council, which no longer exists. And where you are now is incredible. I don't see how you could get from where that was to this, except, by working magic. In fact, that's something you maybe should have, a magician.
We will have a magician.
Okay, you're your own magician. Excuse me. Is there anything in the way of a brochure or a booklet or even just a sheet that would cover what you just covered with us? I'd love to be able to put this in the hands of the trustees in the 5 townships I represent and say, look at the fair is for real. It's coming. It's not going to be what you maybe envision, but it's a big improvement over where we were. And who knows what's going to happen a year or 2 years down the line. Anything like that?
Give me about a week and we'll get that. We can
Okay,
get that to
great.
you. Absolutely. Yes.
Great. And if I can, I'd like to get 50 copies of it. I
And-
don't have a color printer anymore.
Commissioner, if I could, this is a question I thought you were going to ask. We're going to have cotton candy, elephant ears,
All
French
right,
fries, corn dogs, sausage, funnel cake, burgers, pretzels, chicken strips, and anything that you can fry.
Oh, my God.
So we are really working on the food this year. We understand that that's part of the experience that people want to have. So we've got some really good relationships we're working on, and we're excited about that as well.
don't worry about napkins, just have plenty of rolls of paper towels. One final question, and I think I know the answer to this one, but I have to ask it. Since Kalamazoo is sort of a big time beer city, is there any likelihood that there'll be a beer tent or anything like that?
We haven't gotten to that yet, so I wouldn't say yes or no to that at this point. I mean, it's something that we just have not really invested much effort
Well,
into.
that's somewhat encouraging. Thank you.
I also want to recognize that Commissioner Morales has joined Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Dave. You are definitely 100% moving in the right direction. I appreciate, I know that we weren't able to secure carnival rides for this year, but I mean, I think by looking at this, you understand and you get the direction that the board has put forward, and deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Anything else from the commission? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go to item 6. We're going to take up our other items. First is a discussion. We're going to talk through the level of responsibility of the building authority on county construction projects, specifically the parking garage and our new county administration building. So, you know, administration has asked for some direction from the board. They wanted to have a full board discussion here. Vice Chair Taylor and I, along with the task force, worked to reconfigure our bidding policy. This is the first construction project used to sort of implement that policy. And we're also working to re-engage with our building authority. And so having their expertise and involvement to help us, you know, garner good outcomes ultimately in the work that we have in front of us. And so we're going to open a dialogue here. And I also welcome dialogue from administration to help us sort of garner consensus. So I know recently our building authority met, they reviewed some of the recommended subcontractors on the parking garage project that came forward, helped to refine some of the recommendation a bit. And I think that exercise has been valuable. I think, you know, we have a matrix that we developed in the contracting process, and I'd like to see that applied to the subcontractors going forward. But I'm open to discussion. So Vice Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate that introduction. Unfortunately, we weren't able to use our scoring that we did. I think we passed it in September sometime. We weren't able to use that with our construction manager for whatever reason. So in order to make sure that the subcontractors met the values of the county commission, we actually had our construction manager team came to our, I think they tele-thinged on. We saw them via TV to one of our leadership meetings, and they had confirmed to us they were instructed to look at just the low bid and not put in any sort of qualifications or points for local, for safety. What we did for our new request for proposal for bidding policy that we passed in September. In order to not incur any major delays in the construction of the parking garage, we asked the building authority to go through the subcontractor list and use the spirit of our RFP process to identify subcontractors that would either make it or not make it. We weren't able to use the actual matrix because that would have been very time consuming, but we did go through the original proposal from Miller Davis with the subcontractor lists, and we identified, I think there was 8 or 9 different categories, as I recall, everything from concrete to earth move to general construction to electrical. And we went through and looked and identified where a non-local company would have initially received the award and what the price differential was from the local to non-local. Now we've got a conversation that we'll be having at our 7 o'clock meeting, because I was sitting in that building authority, and when there were $3,000 differences or very small differences, I took the assumption and said, I'm pretty sure this board, especially with Miller Davis, a majority of these board members will be willing to go with a local construction company subcontractor over a non-local when it is a very small amount. There is one that I did not feel comfortable enough to identify, and I think it would take a full board discussion because it was a $230,000 difference. And that's the one. All the others were 110 or less or something like that. I'm trying to go off. I think electrical was 110. 110,000. So what it did after we went through for what Miller Davis's original low bid construction process is, and without the fire suppression piece, because I think that we have to have a conversation with that at the 7 o'clock. Without that, it added less than about 0.5% to our total cost of $26 million. It was about $160,000, $150,000 that would be on top of that. But that's guaranteeing that they have a safety record, that they're a local company, and that they're paying taxes in Kalamazoo County. So I had no problem with those. The other one that we have is a $240,000 differential on fire suppression versus a Grand Rapids versus non-local. And that'd be the 7 o'clock meeting.
Yeah, these details, I think, we'll go through all
that
again at 7. So
Okay.
this is really like going forward from here, you know,
Okay.
as we sort of solidify what role is the building authority playing long-term. And then, you know, what guidance are we providing to administration? So, Administrator, do you want to share some insight on what specific clarification you'd like to hear so we can refine through discussion for you what you need from us?
Yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. What we're seeking clarity on is just, I mean, quite simply, the level of involvement the building authority will have in these projects. So as you know, we have kind of 2 phases, and then there's also the third phase of during construction, but we have the architect engineer phase, which we're working on that currently for the administration building. Then we have the construction phase. And so really what we see is that the building authority will come into play during the construction phase, not the architect engineer design phase. And then what that level of involvement looks like from there, are they participating in the owner's architect construction managers meetings? Are they reviewing bids like they've done now for this project? For the parking garage. And so we just want to garner clarity around their level of involvement so that when we move forward in the future with other construction projects, we bring them in and fold them in adequately.
Thank you, Administrator. And I think we are in alignment that the building authority comes more into play as we move into the construction phase of the project, that, you know, their insight and just helping us keep the dialogue moving, to ask the technical questions, to help us make sure that we're, you know, seeking the best quality product. And then as we move to the general contractor and the subcontractor process this time, we had sort of initial recommendations and a secondary review that occurred from the building authority that, you know, allowed some dialogue to move forward. But I also want to solidify policy expectations about the matrix applied to subcontractors, which I think will condense that sort of secondary review dialogue that's needed. Vice Chair.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of rambled on. I didn't get to the question, the point at the end. As far as selecting of the subcontractor policy, if our RFP and our evaluation policy is proposed, is that we passed in September, is given to whoever the construction manager piece is, we won't need that. We may need to refine this policy to see how it works and make refinements, but we don't need, nor should we, quite frankly, on a long-term basis, have individual other than our construction manager picking subcontractors. Once word gets out that happens, it could create a mess long-term. So to doing it one time, I think we're safe, and if we alleviated and did not have any delays in our parking garage, and that's why we did it, to avoid delays. But as far as what direction, the architectural and engineering process, I think those should be done by department heads and internal people within the county. Participation and discussion related to the procurement and selection of construction management firms, I would like the building authority heavily involved in that aspect. I think that's where their expertise is. I mean, of the building authority members, they're all worked in construction or either in that or on the management side of construction with the post office. The review and recommended subcontractor selections, I don't think we'll need that if we follow this RFP proposal. Participating in owner architects contractor meetings to remain informed of project progress and key decisions. Yes, I think they need to be our eyes and ears on that project and inform the board when appropriate, providing advisory input on design development milestones and major design concepts. Perhaps, I'm not entirely sure what that would specify. But any major milestones or anything else, I think they should be involved. And receiving periodic construction updates. They've always done that, and project status reporting during the construction phase. I think they should do that. So I guess to answer your questions on your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 concepts here, I would say every one, but except for 1 and 3, because 1 is more of an internal amongst department heads, people that are going to use the project. And 3, we won't need it if we are following our evaluation, our responsible bidder policy. So the other ones, I think that having their involvement in it would be beneficial to the county as a whole.
Thank you for your insights, Vice Chair. Commissioner DeLuke?
Yeah, I'll be more specific probably in the next meeting, but with what I've read and I heard from some individuals today, I don't know how comfortable the administration or this board feels currently, like Vice Chair brought up, the building authority. I mean, I'm on the board appointments committee, and I know there's some very qualified people, but them somewhat overriding the recommendation of Miller Davis for subcontractors. And I mean, Miller Davis has been, I mean, I just trust them to know what they're doing. And let's say it'll come up at the next meeting, but I'm kind of uncomfortable as what happened in this go around. So.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLuke. Does anyone else have comment before I go back to Vice Chair? Vice Chair.
Yeah, I would categorically deny that we overrid Miller Davis. Miller Davis wasn't given the direction on following our local responsible contract policy. If anything to blame, it's us as a board for not following our policy. We got to a point where we had previously in the county, you couldn't bid on a project unless you were a responsible contractor policy, and you had to sign up for the county every single year to be, or every 2 years or every year to be on the responsible contract bidders policy. After we passed this request for proposal evaluation policy, we said, let's get rid of one of these steps. I think Commissioner Hepler made that comment. This is an onerous process. We'll get rid of the having to pre-register as a responsible bidder, because everybody will be a responsible bidder if they follow this policy. Well, what happened is we got rid of that, and then we never implemented this policy. So what happened is we have probably one of the most conservative purchasing policies in that last process than any other governmental institution in Michigan. It was bad. We were only interviewing the lowest bidders, not to the values that this board has expressed time and time again, that we want a value-based bidding policy, not one just based on low bid. So it wasn't Miller Davis's fault. And they were very amicable when they sat down with the building authority. They were like, well, you know, we know how much you value, how much do you value it? So we were trying on the fly to determine whether it's 1% or a 2%, 1.5% value. And when I got to about 2.5% or 2%, that's when I said, I can't make this determination as one. I can give a pretty good educated guess on where a majority of this board is going to lie when it's a $3,000 difference on an $800,000 project, when we have a local company like Construction Trades being Miller Davis. But I don't think we overrode Miller Davis in any stretch of the imagination. I think they were following what they were originally intended to, was go with the lowest bid possible and only interview the lowest bid and not put any weight on local preference or safety ratings so that's kind of where we at. Miller Davis's recommendations after the meeting with the building authority only differed from the building authority's recommendations by one vendor, and that was the fire suppression, which will be at the next meeting.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So, and I'll just share some insights here as well. So the county revision to the bid policy removed the extra step of the pre-qualification, which was really just a barrier to individuals being able to bid on opportunities. And that's a barrier to new and emerging folks within the construction trade and in an equitable component. Otherwise, the scoring criteria about who prevailed through the bidding process didn't change. It was always a low bid process after that. So as we endeavored over this last year, we developed a values-based bidding and procurement process, one that we engaged a public task force to develop, and I'm very proud of what we developed. We had meetings with the owner's rep and conveyed our intention that the same criteria, not the owner's rep, our construction manager, my apologies, be translated down to the subcontractors. And that's something we need to refine within the policy. So that going forward, that's very clear. There's a very objective matrix that's used to identify, and price is a strong component of what gets selected, but it's not the only component. It also provides local preferencing, safety, apprenticeship programs, fair wages and benefits, etc. And so when we have building authority and a construction manager, when we take this up at 7 o'clock, we have very much alignment with most of the recommendation. And one that we'll take up, which is nearly a $250,000 difference between what the building authority would recommend and where our construction manager is at. And the board can have dialogue on that, and we'll make a determination to go forward from there. Commissioner DeLue.
No, and I totally agree. I think I'm going to be getting some more documentation, I was told, but I think there's another subcontractor that was switched. And that's what I'm referring to, besides the fire suppression. Right. And I guess people are looking for clarification as to who, why, who, when, what, where, and why, I guess.
I think we should take up the material of the recommendation at the discussion at 7 o'clock on the item. This is a discussion about going forward, what involvement we want the building authority to participate in. Vice Chair went through one by one the questions delineated from administration to the board. I'm in alignment with those. I just want to make sure I give opportunity to give voice to any other commissioners if they express any other direction to administration on the questions they presented to us for this evening. Commissioner
Chair, I want to backtrack. So Commissioner DeLue, you are asking about 3 other folks that are erased, and we want some clarity on that.
Yes, I just wondered, some people that contacted me are just wondering what happened, because I guess they weren't really.
Okay, and I'm in agreement with that. So I don't want to push it and move forward till we get some answers, especially for your constituents.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify, the item comes up at 7. And so we will, there are, I think, 17 or 18 construction contract categories. 3 of them, 4 of them actually are recommended were recommended by the building authority to be adjusted. The construction manager, after dialogue, agreed with 3 of those changes and still disagrees with 1, and we'll review all 4 of them together at 7. Okay. Yep, absolutely. All right, thank you for that. Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick note. I feel like that although the discussion may not be something we need to address right now, I feel like it still ties into what administration is asking us, because there's one that talks about whether or not this committee needs to review the recommended subcontractors. And I guess having that conversation, because obviously you all know more than some of us, because some of this stuff I don't even know what y'all talking about. So I think it might be important before making these recommendations or moving this forward as far as like what they should and shouldn't be doing based on what they are currently doing. Should they be doing the things that they are doing? And that conversation at 7 o'clock may be pertinent to making this decision for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. So to try to provide some additional clarity, so the refined bidder policy that we passed It was our understanding that it would apply to both the construction manager and the subcontractors. But it was applied just to the construction manager. So we're gonna refine the language in the policy so that going forward, it does apply to the construction manager and to the subcontractors. So there wouldn't be a need, I think, for the building authority to take a secondary review anymore. We did ask them to do that this time because our policy, it didn't specify to administration that it should apply to the subcontractors. But going forward, we'll ensure that it does. So I don't know if that helps to clarify or not.
It does help clarify, but still, for me, I still need to hear a little bit more as far as the decisions that have already been made. Clearly kind of rushed because we didn't follow the correct process, it sounds like. Before I want to just agree and say, yeah, like whatever board chair and vice chair says we're gonna go with. I want to take part in that discussion and learn more about what has happened already. But I
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Commissioner Ray. Yeah, so we are having a discussion on it at 7. So just help me clarify what is needed to be answered right now. Okay. Vice Chair, thank you.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Ray is absolutely correct. We didn't follow our policy. That's why we got to the situation we were at. We have been 3.5 years now trying to build a parking garage. We didn't want another 12 week delay to have another whole go out for a whole rebidding of the subcontractors. So we went through the list. We asked the building authority to go through the list and make recommendations to the County Board of Commissioners. And if we wouldn't have done that, we wouldn't have been following our values, the values that we all commissioners have stated up here several times, that we want the people that are paying tax dollars to receive the benefits of building to building. So that's how we got here. Short of, and the building authority had a regularly scheduled meeting that they could go over and do that without it being a delay for it to approve on tonight's consent agenda, our subcontractor list. So had we not done that, we wouldn't have been doing our subcontractor list. They would have gone out to bid and it probably would have delayed us about 12 weeks, 16 weeks is my guess. So that's why it was done by the building authority. Now, it can't be done again. It should never be done more than one time, because as soon as subcontractors get word that the decisions are being made by this building authority or this, then you're going to have undue pressure put on those building authority members or us as commissioners, elected officials. We shouldn't be picking on a regular basis subcontractor lists. It shouldn't be part of our overall policy. The request for proposal, the thing that Chair Strebs was referring to, that we spent 2.5, 3 years on, this is a good policy. I'd like to see it utilized and work. We'll never need, if it's utilized and we do it right away, they'll never need to ask the building authority to review subcontractors ever again, nor should we.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. So just a couple follow-ups for Vice Chair. I keep hearing you say we. When you say we, are you referring to the building authority or are you referring to the Board of Commissioners?
I'm referring to administration and board leadership that we had at a meeting at our agenda setting.
Okay, so you all made a decision to allow the building authority to review the subcontractors.
Correct.
I think that might be causing some of the confusion.
I do want to provide clarity. So I'm following direction. So one, it is certainly not. So let me just back up and say no, not administration. We're directed. Two, the process by which was adopted and implemented was via board action. We only followed direction of the board. The board did not articulate that this matrix should have been extended beyond the construction manager. We had learned of this discrepancy in a board leadership meeting, and clarity was then garnered and provided. We then followed direction. Sounds like it's the desire of the board to have that matrix be extended beyond the construction manager to the subcontractors, which is something we don't really disagree with inherently. However, current policy does not stipulate that. So that's why this discussion has come to the floor, because we want clarity on how this policy should be revised, amended, and approved by the board so that we proceed as directed by the board.
Thank you, Administrator. Do you have further? You can go.
It's your floor.
I think that kind of cleared it up for me, but I guess that kind of leaves me thinking about how board leadership, maybe we need to have additional dialogue around 3 people making decisions for the entire board. Should that have come back to the full board and not just a few people? And then I had another weak question, but I forgot with all the clarity, so I'll write it down next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. And, board leadership endeavors to communicate what we dialogue through at board leadership, and we share that out with the rest of the board. And then we're bringing it forward at 7 o'clock for the discussion, because the board has the decision-making authority. So we can move forward with the recommendation that we receive, or we don't have to make a change. Commissioner Morales?
I just want to reiterate, as stated before, this is like the 3rd instance where we feel like where is some information that's coming just now. And so under this leadership, it has been several times where it's new information, and then, we're kind of almost feeling not forced to make a decision, but we need to go ahead and make the decision. So I caution that type of leadership. And again, we ask that you all be more transparent with us as we move forward in the future. We've said it before. This is our 3rd time saying this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair.
Yeah, and I need to reiterate this and repeat this. No decisions, and I will repeat this, no decisions should be made by the 3 in board leadership. Quite frankly, I think it might be an open meetings violation for the 3 of us to meet and not have that be part in public discussion and have notes on it. I am in complete agreement with that. And I also find it, the fact that we didn't request this for subcontractors and only for construction managers, if that was truly administration's intent, we had several meetings where we talked about subcontractors in this policy, several times where we talked about how we were going to do it with a threshold of over $10,000 or $100,000. There had been numerous conversations about how this policy was specifically going to be used for subcontractors. The fact that it was interpreted that would only be used for a construction manager, I find that skeptical at best. That to me, of all the things that has transpired tonight, that statement is probably the most disappointing that I've heard. This was put together specifically over a 3-year period of time so that we could have subcontractors work, not a construction manager project with 3 or 4 employees or 5 or 6 employees. But we did this so that we could have the people that are paying taxes in Kalamazoo County reap the rewards of whatever construction project we were doing. I find that very hard to believe that the intent of this board was, and I've got this proposal underneath it, it talks about subcontractors in the proposal. I noticed it went on the website yesterday. I couldn't find it on the website previous to this. I can't be more clear when I say, when we create an RFP evaluation proposal policy, this is supposed to be for construction projects, not just for construction managers.
Administrator.
And I would just like to respond to that. I mean, respectfully to this board, the Board of Commissioners adopted a policy that was presented over the course of about 3 meetings. So if the board intended for this policy to be applicable to subcontractors, that needed to be articulated to the board. This policy was also drafted with the involvement of members of this body through an ad hoc committee. Corporation Counsel, the purchasing manager, the finance department, Deputy County Administrator Cole were present. None of them remember and recall that this policy should have been extended to subcontractors. Had that been the desire of the board, that should have been articulated in the ad hoc committee meetings. Subsequently, in the committee of the whole meetings where this was presented, and then finally during the regular board meeting where this was adopted by the Board of Commissioners and not by administration. So thank you.
Hold on one moment, council, yes.
Madam Chair, as was indicated when the body voted on the final, we knew that we would have to make some amendments and some suggestions. And I talked with Finance Director Post, and I will be speaking with the purchasing manager. And one thing that we will make that, just put that statement in there that this applies to the subcontractors, as well as adding an appeals process for the disappointed bidders that mirrors what the state does. We do not have that, and I believe that that is something that should be part of the policy, but we can massage those things in and bring them to this body for its consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, council. And, you know, it is full my intention, and I think, you know, what I want to recognize here is good intention from board members, leadership, our ad hoc committee that worked on development of the policy, and our administrative staff to develop a bidding policy that focuses on our values over simply focusing on cost. Cost remains an important component, but the values this board is trying to lift up on equity, wages, local labor are the intention. And so it is an oversight within the policy that it does not have a statement that articulates specifically that it applies to subcontractors. As we've implemented this, we're working to refine it. Vice Chair, you want to articulate?
Yes, 13.2
specific language?
applicability of what we passed as a board in September. This policy applies to all projects with a total cost of $100,000 or more, where value rather than price alone is the determining factor for award. I mean, I'm assuming when you say $100,000 or more, that it's applying to subcontractors. It's not only $100,000 or more to apply for construction managers, of which we get one every 4 or 5 years. Why would we go through all this time, 3.5 years, of putting together a policy that we would use once every 3 years?
Commissioner Morella.
So I'm not a contractor. I'm an educator. And so there's policy and education that I understand. Construction is one thing I probably don't. So I am with our administrator when we need to be clear. Anything, since he's been our administrator, he has said is at the will of the board. So we need to take accountability for that. That's fine. Reading that as an educator, you asking me to read between the lines. So I think we need to, as far as contractor or subcontractor, like I'm not gonna think that. So let's just be clear, put the verbiage in there like council has said. I don't want to be the dead horse. We can meet individually if needed. But I don't want the administrator to feel beat up and I don't want board to feel beat up. So I think we're all in agreement with that. We just need to do better and we are gonna do better. All right.
We have anything further? Administrator, sorry, Commissioner Kistler.
Yes, if I'm understanding this correctly, I agree. I'm not a construction person either. And I think by listening to what John has now said twice, that it will be our intention that it apply to subcontractors. But I think we then ought to saddle the construction manager, and in this case, Miller Davis, if they know what our policies are and our desires, they darn well better abide by it, or Miller Davis has a big smudge on their record when we get ready to build another building. And, you know, there will be another building at some point. So I just as soon let the general contractor primarily ride herd on our policies rather than forcing us to go into some elaborate matrix or whatever. I just don't want to do that. I don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. So I want to clarify from the dialogue, does administration feel like you have direction that's needed and as requested?
Yes, absolutely. And we'll be working with Corporation Counsel and Purchasing to bring forward an amended policy for the board's consideration at a later meeting.
Commissioners, are we good to move forward from here? Okay, let's go to first reading, resolution in support of local democracy. So we've heard some public comment this evening. This is just a recognition that undue request for proof of documentation of citizenship is a barrier to voting. It is already required you be an eligible voter, including being a citizen, in order to vote. So this is a first reading, and it will come forward in 2 weeks for final review. Is there any further discussion? All right, I'm seeing none. We'll go now to item 7, closed session. Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Board of Commissioners functioning as committee of the whole go into closed session pursuant to Section 8C of MCL 15.268, the Open Meetings Act, for the purpose of discussing the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement with KCSSA.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strubs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
9 yes.
All right, thank you. We will move to closed session. All right, let's return. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I make a motion to come out of closed session.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler to come out of closed session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Wheeler.
I make a motion to approve the closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales to approve the minutes of closed session. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. With that, we are adjourned. is our invocation and reflection, and Commissioner Wheeler will take us through that.
Thank you, Chair. There's no need to stand. I'm just going to guide us through reflection tonight. Let us begin by acknowledging the importance of this gathering, and may we strive to create a space where everyone feels valued and heard. May we approach the tasks at hand with open minds and hearts and seek to understand and learn from one another. And if you all will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, thank you. It takes us to item 3, which is roll call. Clerk.
Commissioner DeLu,
Present.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. All right. We'll move next to item 4, proclamations. First is item 2026-425. It's request for approval to adopt a proclamation recognizing Sunshine Week 2026.
Support.
Motion's made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to item 5, communications. So we're in receipt of item 2026-377, received from Hope Through Navigation as of 2/2026, program report for the overnight emergency winter shelter operations. Item 2026-390, Kalamazoo County Public Housing Commission's 2025 program report of housing for all millage funds. 2026-448, March 2026 ARPA report from LISC. Item 2026-419, a letter of support for protecting the right to vote. Item 2026-424, a letter of support for the proclamation of Sunshine Week. 2026-426, a letter from Peter Reed requesting support for a moratorium on new AI data center construction in Kalamazoo County. 2026-436, letter from retiree Sally Summerfield thanking the board for cost of living increase. Item 2026-456, a letter from the YWCA Emily Britton opposing voting barriers from YWCA. And then item 2026-457, a letter from resident Rebecca Bergman opposing voting barriers. Are there any other communications? Commissioner DeLu.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I always talk about things that go behind the scenes and people don't realize what happens. And I just want to make this board and the public aware of what is happening at the Kalamazoo County Central Dispatch. I serve on the committee, and Commissioner Hepler also serves as the alternate, although he comes to every meeting. And I'd like to take credit for the statement, but it was actually prepared by Jeff Troyer, the executive director of Central Dispatch. So I'm just going to read it because it really sums up what's happening. 2 years ago, Kalamazoo County Consolidated Dispatch Authority began researching options to accomplish 2 very important public safety radio communication goals that are critical moving forward. The transition of all law enforcement agencies to AES encryption for primary dispatch communications to comply with the criminal justice information security requirements, and migrating fire departments of Kalamazoo County and Kalamazoo County Medical Control Authority from VHF system to the Kalamazoo MPSCS subsystem for primary communications. To put this into perspective, these 2 goals equate to almost $8 million in licensing and radio equipment for law enforcement, fire, and EMS agencies countywide. So I'm happy to say that the Dispatch Authority of the Board of Directors meeting last Thursday, we approved the Radio Readiness Program guidelines, which will make these goals attainable by the end of calendar year 2027. This program allocates $8 million of the KCCDA Capital Project Fund monies to replace and reimburse eligible agencies for radio communication equipment over the next 2 years, and is a unique collaboration that is not happening in other areas in Michigan. This program is fantastic, and every community will greatly benefit, especially our public safety and first responders. And what this does is it allows every agency in the county to communicate with each other, because right now that doesn't happen. This is what I believe is the second county in the entire state for this to occur, and not asking for any additional tax dollars to cover this $8 million investment. So thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
If I can add to that, Chair, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Duluth. You summed it up very well. Jeff sent us a good letter on that, but it's something that we need to be mindful of, that communications is key to anything that we do in police, fire, emergency medical response to our citizens across the county. And this has been a 2-year project, and our central dispatch is borne a great deal of work on making sure that this happens. And they got the job done, and you folks voted on it. And I think all of our emergency responders will benefit, and our communities are going to benefit greatly from this. And it's something to take serious note of. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kistler.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks for reading that, Dale. I used to sit on the Consolidated Dispatch, and I learned a lot while I was there. But the one thing I really came away with was, boy, did we make a good decision when we picked Jeff up. I'm not sure where he was, but he'd been in the same position in a couple or 3 other counties. And when we plucked him, that was a great find. I take my hat off to all the committee members current, and I take my hat off to the people that were responsible for hiring Jeff. He's as good as they get. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other communications? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Myself and Vice Chair and yourself we met with the Sheriff's Department recently about the contract services that we provide throughout Kalamazoo County to many of the various organizations. And we are looking at the actual costs incurred by those other jurisdictions that currently pay for law enforcement through the county. And I think it was a very good conversation. We are trying to hammer out real costs and not real costs, so that it's a fair amount of the fair price that those folks pay. They currently are paying quite a bit for law enforcement, better part of almost $2 million. It comes from like Comstock, Ashimo, Pavilion, Texas, Gull Lake, Galesburg, Augusta, and Climax Scott schools, and Comstock schools. So we want to make sure it's fair for them and fair for our taxpayers, and making sure that the services that they get are paid for and in full, as this board has talked about for many, many years now. So just want to bring that up, that we are working on that with our sheriff and with our with all these entities that we contract with. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other communications, Commissioner Kistler?
Yes, commenting on what Jeff just said, I agree that that's what's fair is fair. On the other hand, the airport authority is going to go with a private security firm. They just simply can't afford within their existing budget to pay for the increase that'll be coming from the sheriff's deputies, or I think there's an officer maybe that's part of it too. So we'll have to see how that goes because the firm that will be doing the security at the airport now will have no arrest capability. They won't carry weapons, but they'll wear nice uniforms that probably would spook most of us into cooperating with whatever they say. And I think they may also be typically firemen or ex-firemen, so they're probably pretty big guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, that change is sort of unrelated to the contract discussions, and I was not able to attend that meeting, but we'll have more that comes forward as the sheriff's department or sheriff's office rather negotiates those contracts. All right, any other communications? Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So I have some communication from the best sorority in the whole wide world, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I am biased with this, but the Kalamazoo alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta has invited us to a local issues roundtable. It'll take place on April 18 at 7 p.m. They are asking that we confirm participation by Monday, April 15. It's in our emails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any others?
Can you give those dates?
All right.
Oh, yes.
All right, seeing none, let's move on to item 6, approval of our minutes. Entertain a motion for approval of March 3rd Committee of the Whole and regular meeting minutes. Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to item 7, approval of the agenda. I have a couple of amendments to the agenda. I'm going to move item 2026-394 under administration to non-consent. And then also moving that one because I need to abstain. And then item 2026-393, request of appointment to Environmental Health Advisory Council. Move that to EHAC for a slight revision. Any other amendments to the agenda? Commissioner Wheeler?
I was just wondering, maybe administration or council can guide us. Do we need to add an item for what we discussed in closed session? It's under human resources. Okay, sorry, I missed it. Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda? All right, I entertain a motion for approval of the agenda as amended. Motion is made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll go to item 8. That's an opportunity for presentations. We have none scheduled at this session. Item 9 is for public hearings. We also have none scheduled at this time. And that brings us to item 10, which is our first opportunity in this session for public comment. Public comment can be made in person or by phone. Pardon me. By calling 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748, and then press *3 to join the queue. If you wish to speak during both public comment periods, you must press *3 again at any time after the first public comment period ends. This is the first opportunity to address the board for up to 3 minutes in a professional and respectful manner on any topic. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Do we have anybody who would like to join us for public comment? Looks like you got some assistants coming in. There we go. Welcome to you. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome. Thank you. My name is Nakinga Bergen, first Vice President of the Kalamazoo Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the best sorority as Commissioner Morales listed. I'm from Kalamazoo. I am honored to stand before you tonight as we continue our Sisterhood Month activities and this, our Delta Days in our local government. The women of Delta Sigma Theta are here. The purpose of Delta Days is to engage our members and focus on policies, local, and advocacy. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is a private nonprofit organization. Since our founding in 1913, we have been distinguished as a public service organization that boldly confronts the challenges African Americans face, and in doing so, we advocate for all Americans. So as part of our countywide Delta Days initiative this year, our chapter is focused on solutions around health equity. Specifically, we are advocating for county policies and initiatives focused on the availability of mental health services for members of this community. We're interested in this county's position on all available mental health services, the policies in place or being considered to advance equitable and effective solutions, and most importantly, how Kalamazoo Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta can support your efforts to advance equitable and effective solutions related to this issue. We look forward to your insights and opportunity to support any local policy work that aligns with the county's health goals and access to care. I'd like to now introduce our Social Action Chair, Ms. Gloria Foster Wembley.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As my vice president just said, she took away my thunder. That's what I was going to explain in regards to what we're going to do. We did ask that the commission would ask or answer the questions that we had in the letter that we submitted. We would like to take that information to a meeting that we're going to have with other local chapters around the state in regards to this issue. And I would be proud to be able to say that Kalamazoo County, the city in Portage, was able to respond to those questions so that we can share what we do here in our community. And then hopefully others will do the same if we're doing the right thing. And I know we are. So I thank you for this opportunity. Please look that over. And again, March 31st, if you can get it to us. And then April 21st is when we'll be gathering together. And hopefully we will have some exchange by then so that we can support any work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you very much. Yep, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Sherry Opelka, a resident of Kalamazoo County. I'm having a little trouble hearing, so I'm not sure I'm coming forward at the right time. The issue that I want to speak to is about Americans for Citizens voting. And I understand that the commission is considering a resolution on that matter. Am I at the right time here? Okay. So I am trained as a circulator for petition gathering and on another matter. So I'm very familiar with what's the protocol for that. And I have two concerns about that effort by Americans for Citizens voting. The first one is that it is going to limit voting and it's constructed in such a way that it will disenfranchise many voters. The second, and that's part of the bill that can be read. The second concern I have that I want to speak to as a circulator for petitions is that I have observed those circulators and I've overheard how they are speaking to voters, and I'm quite concerned because they are lying to voters. But it's a lie by omission. They are presenting a very small nugget of that initiative as the whole thing, and they're not telling voters the truth about what the rest of it would do. So I submit that for your consideration. I am in favor of a resolution opposing that initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Is there anyone else wishing to share public comment? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Reed Williams. I am Board Secretary of the Local Journalism Foundation of Kalamazoo County, which operates Now Kalamazoo, a nonprofit community news service, if you're not familiar with it, where I also serve as Director of Civic Engagement. I just want to thank the Commission for approving the proclamation in observance of Sunshine Week, which is this week. If you didn't have time to read the draft of the proclamation, and for the benefit of the audience that didn't get to read it or hear it as well, this is Sunshine Week. It's usually the second week of March every year around the birthday of James Madison, one of our country's founders. Sunshine Week is an observance of our right to know, Freedom of Information Act, open meetings law, all of which are relevant here in these chambers and in this building. And of course, to journalists, they're extremely important, and we're trying to raise awareness of those rights so that the public values them as much as we all do. So again, wanted to thank you for accepting that proclamation. I have some additional information about Sunshine Week for the rest of the commission. Dr. Catton, if I can hand this to you. Thanks, sir. And as part of this observance, Now Kalamazoo is organizing 2 events later this week. We have a film screening Friday night at Glow Hall. It's a documentary about press freedom, but it's secret, if you get the irony there, celebrating transparency and not telling you what it's about. Saturday, we have an event I'm extremely excited about, though the county attorney might not be as excited. It is our FOIA Fest, where we teach the public how to create and submit Freedom of Information Act requests. Yep. Oh, that's right. That's right. We want them to be good and proper. And that is the goal. So we will be training the public to exercise their rights, and you might see some fruits of that effort in the week that follows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reed. Is there anyone else wishing? Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Zachary Lasser. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. First off, regarding any effort to curtail people's voting rights in my thinking responsibilities, I'm not for that. People should be able to vote as frequently, not like every election, not twice an election, but they should be able to vote without any barriers in place, without, early voting is important, not having to carry. That's new to me, what I heard earlier about, a separate ID just for voting. That's not cool. Second off, I think we're celebrating Sunshine Week, government transparency. We're having meetings where we're intentionally excluding people that are required to use elevators at this point. I'm just going to say it, the irony. Third, I want to apologize to Lou. I think your tie is very nice. And I accept your apology. And would you like to go to FOIA Fest with me on Saturday? You sure? Okay.
Lovely, thank you. Are there any additional public comments? Administrator, do we have anyone online? Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to close our first public comment period. And we're going to move to the adoption of the consent agenda. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the consent agenda items be voted on at one time by roll call vote and be considered as a consent agenda by the board.
Motion was made by Commissioner Wheeler and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler for the approval of the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Ray? Yes. Chair Strebs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. All right. We will move now to item that I requested. Let's see here. Let's go. I'm sorry. First, item 12, unfinished business and general orders. We have none. Item 13, new business non-consent. We'll take up first item 2026-396. The request for approval to authorize subcontractor selections for the 440 North Church Street parking garage construction project as recommended by the Kalamazoo County Building Authority. All right. I'll take them up after. I'll take this one that was on the agenda first. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
I would make a motion to approve that or to move that forward. Request for approval to move the authorization of the subcontractor.
Okay. We need a motion to engage in debate. Okay, thank you. So there's a motion from Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor, for the approval of the subcontractor selections presented by the Kalamazoo County Building Authority. Okay, so let's open some discussion. Anybody want to lead it? Commissioner DeLue.
Well, I don't know what category you wanted to start with. I know there were 3 questionable categories. I'm going to start with the electrical. As you know, Miller Davis recommended a local company, Esper Electric, whereas the authority board recommended Martel Electric. Esper Electric is a local Kalamazoo company located in Ashtimo Township. They've been there in business for 42 years. They have 70 local employees who live in our community that work for them. They submitted a bid that is $120,000 lower than Martel Electric. And not only were they lower in price, but they were chosen by Miller Davis to be the electrician for this project. We always promote local businesses. If you Google Esper Electric, one location pops up, and that's on 6th Street in Ashtimo Township. If you Google Martel Electric, they're located over 3 states. They have several locations in Michigan. They do have one in Portage. That's their local office. But even though they have a local office, I guess in the big picture of it, I don't picture them as a local company. And I'm just curious as to why the authority board would recommend a company that's I don't consider totally local, like Esper Electric, and the bid was $120,000 higher. And so I would certainly like to see this changed to our local company with the lower bid, recommended by Miller Davis, our contract.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLue. Do you want to share your perspective, Vice Chair?
Yes, I'm going off the memory, and maybe it would be better for somebody else that was there, but I'm going off my memory. There were 4 categories. It was, I'm going to go through here. Concrete unit masonry. It was electrical. It was also fire suppression was a different one, but there were 3 that Miller Davis changed their recommendations to after consultation with the building authority. The 3 they changed their recommendations to were concrete unit masonry, general trades, and electrical. And then the 4th one was fire suppression. And then there was also some pushback from earth retention with a local company, non-local company, but that was 100% difference. That was a 368 versus 780. So, and they were using different methods. But my understanding of the electrical one, and I could get this wrong, but was that it was a manpower issue. That's what I had in my notes. After that, I think we'd have to talk to probably somebody from either building authority but I've got manpower as in my notes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I just want to seek some clarification. Review the materials within the packet. My understanding was that there's a recommendation from Miller Davis that comes forward that includes Martel Electric, and it does not. Can you please clarify for me, Administrator?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. So in the packet, I just want to kind of reorient us or orient us rather. So on March 11th, what happened is that the Kalamazoo County Building Authority met in 207A, and they convened to review a recommended subcontractor awards for the parking garage that Miller Davis produced. And they presented that recommended list of subcontractors. So the first item under this item in the packet is the sort of the unmodified list that Miller Davis presented to that body. So during that meeting, the building authority members engaged in a comprehensive review of that subcontractor list and then requested clarification regarding some of the methodology used that Miller Davis employed to select the recommended vendors. Miller Davis then explained that its primary responsibility was to ensure a competitive bidding process to recommend the lowest, best, and responsible bidder, ensuring fiscal stewardship and compliance with procurement standards. Albeit were not quite the county standards as we've already discussed during the COW. Okay. So then the building authority also discussed the importance of local subcontract participation, particularly that local vendors may be located in Kalamazoo County or those contiguous to Kalamazoo County. Some members of the building authority express interest in elevating local preference in circumstances where the cost between the local and a non-local subcontractor was relatively minimal. And so we noticed that, and some of them, for example, General Trades, the low was not a local company, but then Miller Davis themselves actually submitted a bid for General Trades. It was $2,000 off. So very minimal, I believe it was, it's less than 1%. So then county administration in that discussion advised caution against adopting an arbitrary or undefined local preference threshold during the subcontractor selection process, because we want to ensure that when we're having these discussions that there is clear policy, and there isn't anything today that has that. So then we recommended that the county consider establishing a more formal procurement guardrails in the future so that the construction managers and subcontractors clearly understand the county's expectations regarding local preference. So as an example, we suggested at the time during the meeting that future guidance policy could provide that if a local subcontractor's bid falls within a range of 5 to 10% of the lowest bid submitted by a non-local subcontractor, then the construction manager may be directed to recommend the local subcontractor, provided all of the other qualifications and conditions remained equal. Okay, so that framework seemed to resonate when I sat there in the room. That framework seemed to resonate with the building authority members and was informally reflected in several of those adjustments that Vice Chair Taylor just recited during this meeting. So in most cases, the building authority supported selecting a local subcontractor over a non-local subcontractor. The bid differences were well within that 10% range of the lowest bid. These changes occurred within the following subcontractor categories. It was concrete masonry, as Vice Chair indicated. It was General Trades, which is the Miller Davis, and then electrical, although that was pretty reluctant. And in my recollection of that conversation, it wasn't anything that was articulated from Miller Davis, but rather building authority members indicating that it may be a capacity issue among the two subcontractors that submitted a bid that were quite close to one another. There was also discussion about the fire suppression. And so despite presenting a bid for the lowest subcontractor, the building authority suggested that, there was a bid in there from, I think it's Shambaugh, about 25% increase from the lowest bid. So it's about a $240,000 increase. And so obviously administration expressed concern regarding that adjustment because it exceeds the formal or the informal cost threshold that we discussed during that meeting. And then so what I'll add additionally, I would say while the proposed change while the proposed change would still keep the overall project within the approved construction budget, just recognizing that a $240,000 change is significant, we emphasize that taxpayer resources must be stewarded responsibly, noting that every tax dollar can only be spent once. And so I really said the savings within this project, recognizing that originally the budget we estimated was going to be about $33 million for this project, and it came in at about 26 to 28-ish million. Those savings could be put towards or redirected to other infrastructure and capital projects that we have. We know we have to build a new jail. We know we may have to expand the courts to afford new judgeships to the bench, that sort of thing. So we know that those savings could be redirected. And then additionally, I say it's important to note that subcontractor selection was conducted through a competitive bid process that Miller Davis stewarded, designed to ensure fairness, transparency, and cost efficiency. So what you have before you are 3 iterations of I would call it a guaranteed maximum price that Miller Davis can put forward. The one that was unmodified by the building authority. So that's what they presented. And that's what Miller Davis, that's through their entire process that was stewarded by them. And then you have 2 other iterations, one that both of those other 2 iterations include Martell. So both of those include Martell, but then the one iteration includes the modification to accept the total fire, which does not increase the project by the additional 240,000. Then the other one accepts Shambaugh, which increases it by $240,000 more. So you have 3 versions, the one unmodified and then the 2 that are modified by the building authority. So I hope that provides some additional clarity.
Thank you, Administrator. So just some additional clarification. Of the 3, we have Miller Davis presented their unmodified recommendation, and then the second option, the first modified recommendation, they also support that as well, correct? And they met and had the dialogue with the building authority.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I don't want, so I know I have Miller Davis here, and so I don't want to speak for them. I would say that I would think that Miller Davis would prefer that the board accept the unmodified recommended subcontractors list that was presented to the building authority prior to modifications, but I would rather them speak for themselves.
Yeah, I would welcome them to, would you like to join us and share insight? Thank you very much.
I'm Jack Abadi, Vice President with Miller Davis.
I'm Dan Fletcher, Project Executive for Miller Davis.
So we did conduct thorough post-bid interviews with the other contractors that are listed on the other iterations, as far as them being low or responsive and responsible bidders. They checked out.
So I'm not clear on that, what exactly you mean from that. So you had post.
So we interviewed them, and then we made sure they were compliant with this. They had the capacity and they had the experience and they met all the qualifications of the bid documents.
And then the session with the building authority occurred. You all had additional dialogue, and was there a consensus gathered at that session, or is there still not?
Yeah, our recommendation here at Miller Davis is to go with our recommendation, which is the choice of the first option that we gave you, which was Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Right, Vice Chair.
Yeah, the reason we had the meeting with consultation with you, I'm looking back, and July 25th of last year, for the draft portion of our responsible contract policy that we were going to do it, that we were going to pass, it lists contractors and subcontractors not to exceed $100,000. That was the first one we passed. In the final version, the applicability of that list subcontractors was removed. So you didn't have any information about what our bid policy was. And I have no blame whatsoever for you, our desire and preference to go with a local company. I think what Dale's bringing up is a different point if they're both local. But that being said, did you mostly interviewed any of the bidders that were the low bid, correct? You didn't interview any second or third lowest bids before the building authority meeting?
There were a few categories where we did jump to the second, and that was due to the first low bidder withdrawing their proposal due to an incomplete scope.
Well, I'm going to state this again. If we can't, if the people building our buildings aren't paid a living wage, then we shouldn't be building the buildings. I feel very strongly on that. How we spend our dollars as a governmental entity displays our values. I appreciate very much your flexibility in that, and it nothing, quite frankly, nothing to do with what you, our guys, are trying to do. You're trying to build a parking garage, and I appreciate that. But I think this is a decision that this board has to decide. We didn't follow our policy that we passed on September 25th. So we had to adjust and make an amendments to not have a 12-week delay in our project by going through a whole new subcontractor bid policy. So this was the best choice I think that we had. Commissioner DeLue's question about the locality of Esper versus just dealing with the electrical one, Esper versus what was it, Martel? What they're looking at here, I see that they're both local. I didn't have that on there before, or they're listed as both local here. It was a capacity issue that the building authority had? I'm trying to remember from that meeting. We discussed so many different things.
Yeah, that is correct. That was the concern that was brought up by the building authority. But during our post bid with Esper, just to be clear, there was no indication that there was a staffing issue or a concern with meeting or exceeding the milestone schedules that was put forth in our front end documents. Yep.
I have Commissioner Ray and then Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to point out where we talked about in the first meeting about it not being necessary for the building authority to review and recommend subcontractor selections. I understand that we didn't follow the policy the first time, but I don't think that we need to wing it. Like, we're still at a place where we can follow what we're putting in place, and that being allowing the contractor to select the subcontractors. I think that makes the most sense, and I would support that.
Thank you. Commissioner Morales?
And so with that, the contractor is selecting Martel over Esper due to capacity?
That is incorrect.
So Esper over Martel, which Esper is the local entity here, and Martel is saying it's local but have different entities throughout different states, correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
Tuesday morning, we had our meeting with the building authority, and in the documents that you have, we have our Miller Davis recommended subcontractor bidders list. That's what we presented to the building authority, and then that was through that meeting that was later changed due to the building authority's recommendations.
Okay, so Vice Chair, you are okay with them selecting is it Esper? Or because of the policy that you said we didn't follow, you're supporting Martel? I just need some clarification.
So, and through the chair, Vice Chair, would you please
Excuse
answer?
me, Chair.
Thank you. No, I think since we didn't follow our policy, and I think it was very clearly stated in several drafts when we created our responsible bidder contract policy, that we would have a value-based proposal as opposed to, and I am not blaming Miller Davis at all. You guys kind of got stuck in the middle of this. But no, I will be, if we're not going with a local contract policy, I would probably recommend, and this is going to make Jeff Hepler's head spin, that we go back through the bid policy and follow our original policy and the original intent of the Board of Commissioners from September of last year, and redo our local bids so that we can put our matrix in and our value-based bid process in. The next best thing is to go with the building authority's recommendations. But yeah, if we don't go with the 240,000 for fire suppression, that's not a hill I'm going to die on, because that is a substantial, as the administrator said, that is a substantial 20% increase. But the ones that are 1% and 3% and 10%, I am curious as to the electrical portion of it that Dale brought up. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we hashed this out with the building authority, and we hashed it out with Miller Davis. I would go with their second recommendation list, the one that was altered after their original recommendation. Otherwise, I'll be voting no.
Commissioner DeLue?
Yeah, so you recommend, and I'm being very specific here since I'm talking about Esper elected. So you recommend Esper, the building authority recommends Martel, and then your second proposal is, okay, we'll go with Martel. What did they say how did that come about?
Yeah, as per the direction of the building authority. I want to make that very clear. Miller Davis supports the initial recommended bidders list. But per the direction of the building authority, we made those changes and submitted them.
Okay, so it almost sounds like you didn't make the decision. You just went with what they said.
Correct.
Administrator.
Chair, thank you. I just wanted to also add a point of clarity. So what is before you? So Miller Davis submitted their unmodified list and guarantee maximum price. However, the process was, and that was adopted by the building authority, was to recommend an action to this board, to the Board of Commissioners. So what you have before you, the two iterations you have before you beyond what Miller Davis prepared are the two versions of the guarantee maximum price, the subcontractors list that the building authority approved. It's not something that Miller Davis is necessarily supporting. The building authorities put those together for the board to consider those for approval.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there a member of the building authority that'd like to speak? Will you come forward, please? Thank you, Miller Davis. Welcome. Will you turn your mic on? Thank you, Ken. There you go.
Good afternoon. Ken Wilcutt, President of the Building Authority. What part of this, I guess I'll just start with this. When we convened on the bid proposal that Miller Davis was presenting, we knew that they did not vet the contractors per the county's vetting process. So through going through the process as a building authority, how we, and what the matrices we used to qualify Miller Davis, we took those without doing a complete spreadsheet on each one of these contractors. We looked at them and we knew that there were 3 contractors that we would change if they were to meet the same metrics that Miller Davis met for this project. And we recommended those three contractors be changed. Now, when we get to the fire protection, the distance between the low that they selected, I don't remember the name of the contractor, to Shambaugh/Haroon, which is a local contractor, local employees here in county, have been for 100 years. That distance was $200 some thousand. Was it like 100% increase or exactly? I don't remember the number exactly. We couldn't justify using that matrix to even get close to bringing that to for you to recommend them to be switched. So when we look again, when we go back to the matrix that we use to qualify Miller Davis for this project, that's the recommendation of the 3 contractors that we asked to be changed for your consideration.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you for your last comment. For our consideration.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
We don't have to accept it.
I work for you, so yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. So I just have a clarifying question. When we talk about, or when you say through the chair, that you all vetted the subcontractors based on the county's policy and matrix, are you referring to the same county policy and matrix that was just said we didn't use for this process?
Ken, will you?
That is correct.
Thank you.
These subcontractors were not validated through the the county's process.
I see our board, I think what we're endeavoring to do here is to have a process that is objective. We want our values identified and brought forward in the way that we're building and contracting. We understand, and from dialogue today, I'll need to clarify further with Vice Chair, but initial draft identified subcontractors and final draft presented to the board did not. There was no requested change to the draft, so
Right.
that's a concern, and that would be again, you know, my understanding why, the policy applied to subcontractors. We had discussion as early as possible with Miller Davis to that regard. We'll recall discussing before contract recommendations were, before even the initial recommendation from Miller Davis was brought forward, we clarified the components of our matrix, the values that we're working to uphold, that was shared with Miller Davis. After we clarified with administration, it's not a proprietary document. It could be shared broadly with them so that they could use it for evaluation. And even after articulating that to Miller Davis, my understanding is that those matrix were not applied. So it is up to the board at this point. We will obviously rectify it going forward. The policy will address contractors and subs explicitly as was intended. We have a recommendation that moves us towards intention or stands with, the shortcoming of the policy as is. That's the determination of the board. Okay, Commissioner Mazur.
Do we know which contractor, electrical contractor is union? They both are.
So I'm not sure we can clarify that. Vice Chair, it's time to articulate they're both local. Okay, Commissioner Mazur, will you turn on your microphone? Commissioner, be recognized. Commissioner DeLu, will you share what you said?
Yes, I learned today Esper is not union. I believe Martel is union.
Vice Chair.
Does Esper have an apprenticeship program?
I do see a member. Would you like to come forward and be recognized? Please come forward and be recognized.
Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to state for the record that from our perspective, we are the low qualified bidder for this project. We met every criteria we were asked. We were vetted by Miller Davis. The next bidder up is 120,000 and some change higher. We've been in Kalamazoo County for 42 years paying taxes. I live in Kalamazoo County. I have 70 employees that live in this area. I don't even know what the matrix is, but I'm guessing we can probably still get the job based on this matrix that I've never seen or heard about until today. So I just want to state that, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair.
Yes, and I think the biggest problem today is.
There's a point of order that's
sorry. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Morales. Order.
Thank you, Chair. Who are you, sir?
I'm Dan McLean from Esper Electric.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll recognize Dan from Esper Electric. Now, Vice Chair, you have a question.
Thank you
the chair.
for being here
Absolutely.
and agreeing to do this. I think the biggest problem is you never saw the matrix. Nobody saw the matrix. That is why we're here. And I couldn't agree with that more.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is when I'm going through and I'm trying to just come up with this kind of quickly, but according to our bidding policy, we give points in the matrix that we passed. It was passed on September 5th, I believe. There's points for your safety rating, points for whether or not you have an apprenticeship program.
Which we do.
You do have an apprenticeship
Absolutely.
program.
State recognized apprenticeship program.
Okay. So
good safety record.
yeah,
EMR.
and this is the problem. We're trying to do this on the fly.
I understand.
And
Yes.
and we're not interested necessarily in the lowest bid, although that is a big factor, huge factor.
I understand both of those things.
But we give points to a lot of the different things. So I don't know if you want to take this, piece by piece of the three that were different from the building authority to Martel, or not Martel, the building authority to the original Miller Davis contracts, we could do that. But of the 19 categories, the building authority and Miller Davis agree on 15 of them. Miller Davis agreed to modify their recommendations on 3 of them, and then 1, they just never coincided. So I don't know, Chair, do you want to go through each one of the 4 and do that, or do you want to just
So
vote
at
on
the-
one of the 3?
At the time, we have a recommendation, a motion on the floor to accept the recommendation. Council, is there a subsidiary motion to divide the question that can be imposed at this time? Or does the primary motion need to be voted upon first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There can be a motion to bifurcate the items under this motion. And then you discuss and vote on those bifurcated items and then go back to the main motion on those. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a consideration. Commissioner Wheeler?
Could you restate the motion? We're just unclear on if we're approving the original from Miller Davis or a modified version.
No, so the motion is to request the approval to authorize a subcontractor for 440 North Church Street as recommended by the building authority. So it is not Miller Davis's original proposal. It is, that's the motion, that's the open discussion. And the board can support or vote down, or a motion to divide the question can be moved as well. Those are options before the board at this time. Commissioner Ray.
Well, I move to divide the question. I don't know what that needs to sound like, but.
Yeah, you gotta use the word bifurcate.
Either. All right, there is a motion from Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Morales, to divide or bifurcate the question as related to the recommended contracts. So I need, I don't have access to my computer, so I need help to identify which to take up first. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate that. All right.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Council. Yes.
I'd just like to clarify, as I heard your question, in the practical sense, the body would like to vote on the 15 items that both parties agreed to, and then take the other 4 items and deal with those. Okay.
Oh, wait, that's not what
Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let me try to. Council has clarified. I'm hearing that is not the intention of the maker of the motion. You wish to rescind the motion?
Yes.
And is there support from the seconder to rescind? All right, so the motion is rescinded. Do you want to try to restate?
So I guess it will be a separate motion, so maybe we need to vote on this one first, but my recommendation would be to take the recommendations for Miller Davis.
Which one?
The original.
The original one.
Okay, so we still have a primary motion on the floor, which is to accept the recommendation from the building authority. We do not have a subsidiary motion to divide the question. So at this time, if there's further discussion, or we need to call the question. So we will call that question. I'm sorry, Commissioner Gessler.
I'm sorry, Chair, I need clarification. If, we're not going to bifurcate anything. I like that word. Are we now talking about the original volume 1, number 1 that Miller Davis put forward to the building committee, and then the building committee did some adjusting to it?
So not at this time. So the motion that has been moved that opened our dialogue is to accept the amended recommendation presented by the building authority. So this is not the recommendation initially provided by Miller Davis, but the one provided by the building authority, which amends 4 of the contracts. Commissioner Wheeler.
I'll just say this up front. I agree with what Commissioner Ray is saying. And I don't want to undermine the hard work that the building authority did. I know they took time and energy and to be diligent. But this process hasn't necessarily been what we wanted it to be. per our policy. And I think that we need to honor and respect that with Miller Davis and the work that they put in. And going forward, we can now make a better process with the building authority, with our policy, with what we truly want to see out of this process.
Vice Chair, I'd like to move this forward.
Okay, I will say if we move forward to this will be the most anti-union vote that this county commission has taken in the last 20 years. This is the most anti-labor, anti-working families vote that this commission has taken in the last 20 years.
So pardon, order, please. Let the chair recognize. Thank you. I understand we are in contentious discussion. Please let the chair keep our discussion. So council, do you want to weigh in? Turn your mic.
I thought I heard Commissioner Ray said call the question. And if she did, that stops debate immediately.
Thank you.
There needs to be no second on that, and it needs to be voted on right now.
I appreciate that clarification, council. I will recognize Commissioner Ray did ask to call the question. Clerk, will you please call the roll? I can clarify the motion that is standing. This is to approve the recommendation put forth by the building authority, not the original. That's correct. Clerk.
Chair Strebs,
No.
Vice Chair Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Wheeler,
No.
Commissioner DeLu,
No.
Commissioner Gisler,
No.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
No.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales,
No.
Commissioner Ray.
No.
No yeses.
Okay, that motion fails. All right. Commissioner Ray.
So I move that we approve to authorize the subcontractor selections for the 440 North Church Street Parking Garage Construction Project as recommended by Miller Davis.
Motion is made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, to approve the recommendation presented by Miller Davis. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Yeah, when we passed our responsible bidder policy, we removed a barrier for anybody to bid. Any company can bid regardless of whether or not you're a responsible bidder or not. We didn't need that anymore because we had a responsible bidder policy that we passed in September. We never used that policy. So what ended up happening is we didn't even have the old policy that we had to make sure that responsible bidders were bidding on this project. What we had, and I'm sure Esper Electric used to be a member of that. They were, so I'm not as concerned about the Esper Electric aspect of it. What I'm concerned about is in July, in September, in August, we've had constantly meetings, and I'm going through the meeting notes of our responsible bidder contract policy, our ad hoc committee, where we talk about contractors and subcontractors that being a part of this policy. And then for some reason, it was removed in September, and it just said anything over $100,000. And so it could be interpretation that we worked 3 years to create a policy that we'd use once every other year, which doesn't make any sense to me. It has to be on subcontract policy. Otherwise, why would we have done that? So now, not only did we not go with we went with a system that we haven't had since the 1980s, because we didn't even have responsible bidder lists that were bidding on this. Anybody could bid on this. So I'm thinking by not going through that vetting process that we asked or that board leadership, and I guess administration was in the room, that we asked them to go through and look at this and try to do it in the spirit, at the very least, of the vein that we did. This to me is just, it's wasting taxpayer dollars on the extreme low bid for low quality of work. We're walking into the same situation we did when we built that courthouse next door. And in my opinion, this is a huge, colossal mistake by this board. So if we go with the original motion of the thing, I would like to bifurcate it. And I'd like to have a conversation with Esper about their apprenticeship program. I didn't know that. I thought that you were you both were union. I didn't know one was union, one was not. I just care about an apprenticeship program and safety.
Vice Chair.
But I'd like to make a motion to bifurcate the question.
So motion. No, the motion, there's a main motion now and Vice Chair is requested to bifurcate that motion. I will support. So motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Chair Strabs to bifurcate discussion on the contract awards. Clerk, will you call a roll, please?
Madam Chair,
Council.
I'm sorry, and I apologize. In terms of the bifurcation, what would be included under there that would be separate and apart from the?
Clarify the motion, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corporate Counsel. I'd like to first pass all 15 categories that are agreed upon by Miller Davis and the Building Authority, then go each individual of the 4 different categories, and we can vote on each one of those 4 one at a time.
I support. Discussion on the bifurcation motion. Oh, yes, thank you for standing there. My apologies. Clerk, will you call a roll on the motion to bifurcate?
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
No.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries to bifurcate. So first of them will be the contracts, the 15 contracts that are in agreement. So motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler for approval of the 15 construction contracts aligned from Miller Davis and the Building Authority. Any further discussion? Commissioner Ray.
I have a question. I'm not opposed to this current motion to approve the 15, but so then we make decisions on the other 4 without being informed. Do we have all the information in front of us? I don't understand why we're doing, I mean, I ain't gonna say I don't understand because I think I understand at this point, but I feel like this is one of those examples of when board leadership decides to move forward with something and not bringing it back to the full board. It kind of just don't work that way, right? So you wanted to save time. We didn't want to delay the process 12 more weeks. And now here we are and the full board doesn't agree with the decision that the 2 of you again are trying to push and make us agree with. We don't agree. So I don't think that we need to continue to waste time with this because some folks want whoever to get a contract. I think this is a big waste of time. And do we have all of the information to make a decision on the other 4?
A motion to table the consideration is also one that can be considered.
That was my question.
Your question is whether you have all of the information that you need to make your decision.
On the 4, do we have the?
Can you go ahead, Commissioner Ray.
Do we have the bids in front of us, the information that was submitted to the Building Authority, to Miller Davis? Do we have all of that information, or are we just voting based on information that board leadership has seen and the rest of us have not?
So to clarify that, I haven't seen any of the bid documents. What I have seen is a recommendation from Miller Davis and the Building Authority, like the rest of the board has seen. That is the information that's been shared. Vice Chair shared discussion from the Building Authority meeting, which he attended, but I did not attend that meeting. Commissioner Morales.
And I just want to be clear that, putting a stain on the board, acting like we don't support unions, that's not true. It's just in this particular situation, this local company is not a union. And so I think it's dangerous to say stuff like that and to say we're at risk at a county because we are trying to choose someone local that's qualified. That's what we're supposed to do. We got hammered one time because we amended something and people came for us saying that we didn't support unions. I support a union. I'm an educator. So, I like to caution some of the authoritative language that we put out there to the community and act like we're putting a stain on who we choose. When we did the judicial building, we sat and let that contractor or whatever his title is sit for 4 months and not tell us that he wasn't doing work. So, you know, I think to Commissioner Ray's point, there again are some things that are being discussed in board leadership, whether you saw the contracts or not, this still feels forced. And I am for the folks, if Miller Davis is the ones who are on the front lines doing this, then, and I respect the board authority, but to come back and say, okay, we're chopping this and we're gonna go with these 4, and then now it looks like we didn't make a good decision with our policy, you know, that just doesn't sit well with me for somebody else to get a contract like that. And I'm not gonna support that. So to the community, I will say for me, I love unions and I support them. On this one, I am gonna go local.
So to clarify, the motion right now is the 15 contracts that the building authority and Miller Davis are in agreement with. And we need to take an up and down vote on that. The others are bifurcated and we can have discussion on them. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you. This is an unusual position for me to be in. I completely concur with Monteith and with Tammy. Damn, who'd have thunk it? Anyway, I basically my take on the whole thing is Miller Davis was selected as the general contractor. They selected their set of subcontractors. Why do we even bother diddling with that? I know the building authority wanted to diddle, and I think that's bad. I think we should just accept what our general contractor wanted to do in the way of selecting subs and get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. Vice Chair.
I have to answer Commissioner Gisler's question, because if we don't, we're in violation of our own policies. We passed in September. Now, we can debate whether or not we meant subcontractors to be a part of this, but I can guarantee you everybody that attended those meetings and sat in that work group intended it to be applied to subcontractors. We had to come up with a situation and a system that how do you do it? And to Commissioner Ray's questions, no, all the information is in your packet that we got. The bids, what they were. There was some communication in the meeting that I was at, but as far as written documentation, no, I have the exact same information that you guys have. But we got rid of our responsible contract policy when we passed this. So yeah, I think we go through each one and we ask if it's local or not. I've got no problem with that. And some of these differences are $2,000 and $3,000. But the reason that we don't go with Miller Davis initial recommendations is because they didn't follow our policy. We never held them to account on the policies that we have already passed. So why it's no fault of their own. They've done what they thought they were told to do. But what in reality is we are violating our policies that we passed on September 5th. That's why we're doing it this way.
Madam Chair.
Council.
Thank you. It's been stated that Miller Davis was unaware of the policy and it was not applied. However, the policy is listed in the RFP. It may not be in the contract itself that you have to apply this to subcontractors, but it is clearly stated in the RFP that the county's Section 13 policy shall be followed. That includes the matrix. And Miller, Jack, and David, I like you guys, but that is something that they should have been aware of because it was in the RFP and it should have been applied at that point. So I'm sorry, I have to take contention with the fact that it's not Miller Davis's fault. It's part of the RFP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Council. And shall is a language within the law, means we are required to uphold that. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I will respond to John, and I will refer anybody that can get a hold of the videotape to his outburst 10 or 15 minutes ago when his Union Label Forever underwear were showing. Thank you.
I won't get it back.
Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. I love it when you provide commentary on fashion choices. It always makes me happy. All right, so I'm going to call the question. We have before us the motion to approve the 15 contracts that are in agreement between Miller Davis and the building authority. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuke,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Pepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer. Yes. Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Commissioner Ray. Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
9 yes.
All right, that motion carries. We have 15 of them done already. Look at that. All right, let's go to the next category. Can you open this computer for me? Administrator, will you provide me the next category of contract then?
Yes, Chair, it is, I believe it's concrete unit masonry.
Thank you. All right, so we'll take up recommendation for contract and make masonry. I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Ray.
I'm not looking to make a motion. I have a question. Is it possible for me to have these three printed out so I don't have to go back screen to screen to screen? I don't work well that way.
Would commissioners like a recess? Can we take a recess so you can get the materials that you'd like to review?
Yeah.
All right, this time the board will be in a 15-minute recess. All right, I'm going to bring us back. All right, while we've been on recess, administration has provided the board with some printed documents. Administrator is asked to orient the board to highlighted items. Administrator?
Yes, sorry, I was counting the subcategories. It appears there's actually 18, so I just spoke to council. We will need to amend that first motion because you all said 15, which would mean that we're left with 14 that would have been approved and then 4 to still consider. So I think that's first order of business, and then we can get on the orientation.
Good. So, clerk, can you clarify, do you recall the maker and supporter of the motion? Thank you. So the motion from Vice Chair to approve the 14 construction contracts agreed.
So moved.
And I will support. Should we take a roll call again, please, clerk?
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. All right. Administrator, you'd like to orient us to the printed materials?
Absolutely. That was pretty painless, actually, so that wasn't bad. All right, so what I did was printed off the materials exactly as they're published in the packet. So what I did was print what you'll have in front of you. The first iteration of the document is Miller Davis's unmodified recommendation. Okay, so what I did was highlighted from their recommendation. So you have 4 categories. The first one being concrete unit masonry, then general trades. Those 2 are on the first page of that document. And then on the second page, you'll see at the very top, fire suppression and electrical. Those are the 4 that the board will be considering at this time. And then Chair, I'll actually additionally say that the last 2 pages then are Miller Davis's proposals. You'll see that the second page, or I guess in this case would be the third page, is the inclusion of total fire, but then you'll see that they adjusted to the Buildings Authority's recommendation to select Martell. And then that last page then would select Shambaugh and Sons for the fire suppression and then Martell for electric. You'll see in all the cases that Miller Davis then in all those, and without regard to the, or I say with the exception of the Miller Davis unmodified recommendation, it would select for general trades Miller Davis, and for the concrete unit masonry, it's Bracy and Jar. So hopefully that kind of helps orient you to those changes.
So our 4 categories to review are concrete unit masonry, general trades, fire suppression, and electrical. All right. So let's take up concrete unit masonry.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, Commissioner Wheeler.
I would like to make a motion to approve Bracy and Jar as the subcontractor for concrete unit masonry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Morales. Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Let's open discussion.
If I may, Chair.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I want to give my reasoning behind this. Bracy and Jar is a local company, whereas the original recommendation is not. I know we put some weight behind that. And the third option was not recommended by either entity. So I figured, that carries some weight as well. So that's just my justification behind choosing this particular company.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call a roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Let's next take up the general trades recommendation. And entertain a motion. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
I make a motion, Miller Davis, for the general trades.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Morales, for Miller Davis for general trades. Discussion. Commissioner Wheeler.
I'll again provide my also input. Looking at this, Distinctive Group is not a local company, which was the original recommendation. Miller Davis is local, and the cost differential is about $3,000. I figured that's justifiable.
Commissioner DeLue.
Thanks. My only question is, it appears as though Miller Davis didn't recommend themselves.
They did not, they weren't the lowest bid. So they were going just on a solely cost consideration basis in their selections.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue,
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. All right, next we will take up discussion on fire suppression. Commissioner Wheeler.
I move that we approve total fire for the subcontractor for this.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler and supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler for total fire protection to receive the fire suppression contract. Discussion. Commissioner Wheeler.
With this, the cost was huge. It was about $250,000. And going back to what Vice Chair Taylor said and trying to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, I just couldn't justify that big of a difference. This is a big project, and we know we have many other projects coming down the pipeline, and being able to allocate those funds into other things, I think is going to be really important for us.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Wheeler's recommendations on this. $240,000 is a large amount of money. That's about 25% price differential. Although fire suppression companies from Kalamazoo aren't really allowed to bid in Grand Rapids. But that being said, I do think that the price differential is large enough to justify going with a non-local company.
Seeing no further discussion, Commissioner DeLue?
Well, I guess my only comment on this is if we go with Esper Electric, we're going to be saving 120,000. So that kind of knocks this cost down a little bit. And
this one is the fire suppression.
correct, but I'm assuming or hoping in the future, if we change the electrical contractor, that we will save money on that end of the cost of the entire structure. And again, we've been talking local, and Grand Rapids fire protection is not local, but I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLue,
I'm going to vote no on that.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. Now we'll take up the consideration of the electrical contract. Commissioner Wheeler.
I will yield to Commissioner DeLue through the chair.
Commissioner DeLue.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve Esper Electric for the electrical contractor for the parking garage.
Motion made by Commissioner DeLu, supported by Commissioner Morales to support Esper Electric for the electrical contract. Discussion. Commissioner Wheeler.
Me again. Yeah, again, the justification, Esper is local, and there's a somewhat of a cost differential as well behind this justification.
Thank you. And to clarify, they are the low bid contract and identified as a local contractor. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Stribbs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
9 yes.
All right, that motion carries. All right. Colleagues, that was complex and challenging. And I appreciate the dialogue and the effort and all of those involved as we're trying to work ahead efficiently as possible. All right. We have a couple of items that were removed from consent agenda. First being item 2026-394, request for approval to adopt a resolution terminating ARPA project string, establishing a new ARPA project string to support winter unhoused solutions, transferring the remaining balance to support boardroom and conference room technology upgrades. I'd entertain a motion.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Is there further discussion?
Just really quick.
Vice Chair.
Clarification, it didn't have the dollar, well. Oh, it's 15. Okay. Yeah, never mind. I got it answered. Thank you. They sent me back an email. I'm good.
Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Ray,
Yeah.
Chair Stribbs,
I have to abstain as I have a family receiving services from Hope Through or a family member receiving services by Hope Through Navigation. Thank you. Goodness.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Oh, God.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Make a quick comment.
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a quick comment. The matrix that we just went through is very important. This parking structure is hugely important. We've been working on it 3.5 years. And the hard work by our administration, by this board, and by our committees is critical to getting a good product for our citizens, but we have to move ahead. We need to get these things done in a timely manner. We're already 3.5 years behind. So I want to thank everybody's time, our administration, the board, and all of your patience in making sure that we're going to have a quality product at a reasonable price for our taxpayers, and that we get as many people as we can working on the project, and I'm sure there will be. So thank you for your time and effort. Thanks, Miller Davis, for your hard work. I've been at many of the meetings, as some of us have been, and there's a lot of work involved in this, but we got to get it done, and we got to get it done soon.
All right, thank you. We'll take up the next item as item 2026-393. It's a request for approval of appointment to the Environmental Health Advisory Council. So just to, I wanted this move just as a quick fix just on an item. So we're appointing a recommendation for the general representative to to EHAC. I'm a member of EHAC. In the packet, my term has expired, so I just wanted to add my name to the motion, re-solidify my term, so we didn't have to come back and do it again later. That's all. So I'd entertain a motion to that effect.
Support.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Commissioner Ray?
Does she need to interview with board appointments committee like everybody? I feel like we just skipping processes.
All of the commissioners are appointed to their advisory bodies without interview. Okay. Commissioner Ray, you're appointed to a number of them, right? All right. So with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go back. We still have the final, we have the other non-consent item 2026-439. Request for approval of amendment number 1 to the construction manager at risk CMR agreement with Miller Davis Company to establish the guaranteed maximum price for 440 North Church Street parking garage project. Administrator.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Thank you, Chair.
You need to identify what that is now.
Yes, and that's what I was speaking to them about, because the modification was made back from Martell to Esper. They have to recalculate some things. So they're doing that now as we speak, but they're going to need a moment. So,
okay.
Yeah.
It's at Chair's prerogative. I can move us forward to our next public comment period, and then we can come back to the item. Unless I see Vice Chair Pro Tem, did you want to make a comment?
don't want to slow.
You don't want to slow it down. Yes.
It's already at a snail's pace.
Yes, we will bring that forward tonight for its final resolution. Okay, so we'll go to item 14. This is the second opportunity for public comment. Members of the public can join us at the podium. Share public comment up to 3 minutes. Once recognized, share your name and where you're from. If you wish to participate virtually, you may do that at the number previously stated by pressing *3 and joining the queue. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, my name is Gwendolyn Hooker. Good evening, Chair Stubbs, Vice Chair Taylor, Pro Templar Hepler, Corporate Counsel, Administrator, and all of you wonderful commissioners. I just really wanted to come and give you a really brief update on the Hope Family Respite Shelter, which is going remarkably well. I believe that y'all got the report from from February the 20th, and we are submitting another one for March the 20th. But just some good news. Everyone knows about the Sugarloaf project with the Kalamazoo County Public Housing Commission, which has been a great collaboration, because at least 3 of the families that are at the Hope Family Respite have transitioned to Sugarloaf. And so we are actually being very intentional about, connecting those dots, using all of the partnerships and collaborations that we have to be able to get families into permanent supportive housing, which is really the reason why Hope Through Navigation signed up for this project. And I appreciate all of you's support. Well, almost all of y'all's support. Just kidding, Commissioner. But I appreciate everyone's support and trust and Hope Through Navigation, and really supporting the families that are in this shelter. We are working very hard to support them and making sure that they get the services and supports that they need to remove the barriers, which is why they're unhoused in the first place. And so when we do that, I believe that we are creating sustainable futures for the families that we are directly impacting. And so I thank you. I appreciate all of you. And I look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks when I come back and give you another update. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Welcome to you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Katie Schneider, and I was your candidate to be appointed to the Environmental Health Advisory Council. And Chair Shrebs, I appreciate your attention to detail. When you mentioned there was a slight revision, I assume that that was the dates next to my name on the memo. I know you guys don't want to go back to anything because it's been a long night. However, looking at it, I do question, they have the dates for my term as 1/1 of 2025 through 12/31 of 2027. If I am reading the paperwork correctly, I believe that's a 36-month term. And that date would actually be January 1st of 2026 through 12/31 of 2029. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hello, everyone again. Just trying to buy time for Miller Davis to do some complicated math out there. Couple things. It was talked about in the previous meeting a little bit. And it was brought up a couple times during this meeting. Maybe it might be a good idea to have the board leadership meetings at least accessible to the public or recorded. That way the rest of the board and public can see how the sausage is made, so to say. And how decisions are made, and they're recorded so that anything that's decided, you know, it doesn't turn into a he said, she said type thing. The other thing is I was wondering if we could FOIA request the spelling of bifurcate, as well as maybe that matrix. Maybe that should be publicly accessible so bidders can see what the matrix is, what they'll be scored on. That way, if they know they don't meet the requirements, they won't waste their time. That's pretty much all I have to say. Sadly, I think Miller Davis needs more time though. So can I come up with something else? No.
Thank you very much. I will just address, and we'll follow up regarding the dates on EHAC, but sometimes the appointment process lags a little bit, and so you're moved into a term that's already occurring. And so we'll just confirm the dates, and if they need revision, we will address them, but they may be correct. Okay, yeah, thank you. Council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we discussed, section 13 of the purchasing policy, I'm discussing already with the purchasing manager and finance director to schedule meetings in order to draft language for the amendments that may be necessary. And in that regard, I would respectfully request that members of this body submit to me any amendments that they would like to see for consideration and discussion, so that we can massage those into the right language for this body to consider over the next. And we hope to be doing this work over the next few weeks to get that done. So please, after you've had a chance to think about and review, please take the time to send an email directly to me with what you believe needs to be added to the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Hopefully we can just move forward the initial draft, which just included the word subcontractor. Let me continue to move us into other items then as we wait public comments. So we'll take reports from officers, bodies, administrator, and controller. It's been a long evening. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I was going to share some things about being Irish, and I'm just, you know, I'm tired of talking, so I'm going to pass that to Vice Chair.
Thank you. One of the meetings that we attended was at the jail regarding water quality issue, and I think we've addressed that with a temporary solution, then hopefully a longer term solution, as well as we test the water and make sure that it's safe. But it's been a long night. I think we're getting close to Bo's bedtime. So and Dale, it's past his bedtime. Old Country Buffet closed at least 3 hours ago. With that, I
That was a good one. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. It has been a long night. We have accomplished a great deal. We've got to get things moving. Parking structures one, we had a good report from Mr. Rakowitz on the fair situation. We do need to look at that and see how we can move things further ahead. I think, he's doing the best he can to put something together that meets what this board is wanted to see. And I think that's very good. Also, it's been a long week for folks. We need to pray and thank all of our folks that are abroad and at home in the military that protect us. So we need to think about all of our police and fire and ambulance folks that protect us here at home. And thank you for all the hard work for this board and basically from our central dispatch on a new radio program that's going to benefit our citizens. It's only been done in one other county in the state of Michigan at this point in time, and that's to get intercommunication or interactive communications within our radio system. So that's going to be key. Keep in mind, please, all the people that work for our citizens, and when you see them out and about, whether they're working on taking care of our buildings or plowing the streets or sidewalks, which we've had to do a little bit this winter. Thank them for their time and their hard work, and the people that clean our buildings and all of our administration and all you folks. So thank you all for your hard work and the many things that we have to do to keep this county a great place to live, work, and play. Got it in tonight. Didn't want to fail. Didn't want to fail you, Dale.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. I will read a statement that we prepared about the jail water condition and update on that. So water testing was conducted at the Kalamazoo County Jail in late February at the request of the Sheriff's Office as part of routine facility monitoring. Testing identified elevated levels of copper in certain locations within the facility. These locations were temporarily taken out of service for drinking water purposes, and bottled water is being provided to residents and staff as a precautionary measure. The facility kitchen is not utilizing it's not utilizing building water, rather, for food preparation. County staff have been working very closely with the Health and Community Services Department, City of Kalamazoo, and public health experts to review the results and identify the cause within the facility so it can be corrected. This includes consultation with a toxicologist from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Based on the levels identified in testing, the toxicologist advised that symptoms would not be expected for most individuals. However, out of an abundance of caution, the facility moved to bottled water for drinking and food preparation while the issue is being evaluated and resolved. Several steps have already been taken. The facility's water softener was repaired after testing indicated it was not functioning properly. Flushing of the building's plumbing system was completed on March 10th in coordination with the City of Kalamazoo. Additional flushing may occur after new water meters are installed as part of an ongoing system maintenance program. A second round of water sampling is scheduled for March 18th, focusing on the areas that were previously tested. These samples will help confirm water quality during normal periods of use. Results are expected within approximately 2 weeks. Until we have identified the cause of elevated copper levels, resolve the issue, and receive standard water quality results, bottled water will continue to be provided to jail residents and staff. The county will continue to monitor the situation closely and determine any additional actions based on guidance from public health experts. The safety of the well-being of individuals in the facility remains the county's top priority. So we'll continue to keep the Sheriff's Office obviously updated, and of course the Board of Commissioners on that item, as it is very important to us. Another item related to the Sheriff's Office are the police protection agreements, and that has undergone review. County administration and board leadership have been working collaboratively with the Sheriff's Office to review the cost structure associated with the police protection agreements between the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office and partner jurisdictions, which includes townships, cities, and school districts. The review is focused primarily on ensuring that true costs providing police services are appropriately captured in the agreements. The goal is ultimately to ensure that county resources are allocated equitably and that financial responsibility for contracted services is appropriately distributed among participating jurisdictions. While the negotiation strategy is not comprehensively finalized, the effort is intended to promote transparency, sustainability, fairness, and into the delivery of countywide law enforcement services. So board leadership attended this meeting with exception of Chair Strebs and is in agreement with the shift of this financial model. So this is a board leadership endeavor as well as an administration endeavor. And what I can say is, currently in my review of one particular contract and that came to my attention, we aren't even charging the appropriate cost even as it stands contractually. So one, we want to ensure that contractually speaking, even currently, that we're charging the appropriate amounts per contract, and then that we also ensure that services provided are commensurate with the services that are rather the financial aspect that should come along with that. So we're working in consultation and collaboration with the sheriff's office to ensure that the townships and the school districts and the cities all are on the same page, and we'll continue to keep this body updated on that. I wanted to update you on the Oshmo Charter Township Sanitary Sewer Project and the financing around that. So as you know, the board recently approved a resolution authorizing county assistance and initiation of Public Act 151 financing for improvements of the Oshmo Charter Township's sanitary sewer system. The county will end up facilitating approximately a $15 million bond financing program to support their expansion of that improvement wastewater infrastructure in their township. And this partnership enables the township to advance necessary infrastructure improvements and investments while leveraging the county's financing authority. And obviously recognizing that these types of cooperative agreements support responsible growth and long-term community development needs. One of the next things I want to talk about is an exciting endeavor, and I won't be available for the next meeting, but it's the 440 North Church Street Parking Garage Public Art Initiative. The board established that ad hoc committee to guide the selection of a major public art installation associated with the new parking structure at 440 North Church. The installation will feature a primary art element on the north facade facing the north side neighborhood. Additional artistic elements will be incorporated into the flex facade panels on the east and west side of the building as well. The committee will meet through March, and so their next meeting is actually scheduled March 24th to review finalist proposals and expected to present a recommendation to the board, hopefully by the April 7th meeting. And then given the site's proximity to the Amtrak station and the Wolverine rail line, the installation should serve as a highly visible gateway feature for visitors in Kalamazoo, whether they're passing through or staying. An update on the architect selection for the administration building. An internal evaluation team has finally completed interviews with firms. So there are 4 finalists that were selected for that, for the responding to the architect engineering proposals for the new administration building. We identified finalists through a pretty comprehensive review process. So now the purchasing division will now finalize the evaluation documentation and begin negotiations with the selected firm. Once negotiations are complete, a recommendation will be brought forward to the board for consideration, and the contract will pertain specifically only to architectural, engineering, and design services associated with the new administration building. A construction manager, CMAR, bid proposal process will occur in the middle of that design process to ensure we onboard them a little earlier than what we did for the parking garage, because that did create a little bit of complication. The last thing I will mention, well, it's not the last thing. I have 2 more things, but the one thing I wanted to update the board on is we have completed final rounds interviews for the deputy health officer recruitment. So we've met today to interview 3 finalists for that position. So health officer, Lens is currently reviewing those finalists and the materials that culminated from that process. So a hiring decision is hopefully anticipated by the end of this week, pending final review and reference checks. And then administration expects to provide an update to the board once the selected candidate has formally accepted the position. And I had something open. I think the last thing I'll say, just so that Carol Babcock in our office does not need to respond to a verbal FOIA at a public meeting. You spell bifurcated, BIFURCATE. And that is all I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. So questions, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Administrator, I like that. That was very good. Are we going to do a groundbreaking? Just asking for a friend.
Yes, that's a great question. So we have spoken to Miller Davis. It sounds like they do have their GMP ready. So I know we'll move back to that item. Yes, if the GMP is approved tonight, obviously the contract would be signed by chair once approved to form by Corporation Council. They're tentatively scheduling it the week of April 7th, obviously, or the week of April 6th, rather, recognizing we meet on the 7th. So it'll probably occur sometime maybe the 8th, 9th, or 10th. And so they're solidifying that now.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Yeah, two things. One, I caution this board on our employee benefits meeting, we're taking a good hard look at true costs of fringe rates. And as those change, I think that will have serious implications as we go into negotiations with deputies' contracts. We might end up getting less money, not more, but that's a whole different story. My second question, I talk with Ryan on that before we probably bring him in before we go into negotiations with the townships. My second question has to do with the funding of the administration building. Are we going to, before we go with the construction manager plan, I understand that the architects aren't serious costs and we need to figure out with the architects what the total cost is going to be. But is there a period in between the architect RFP conclusion and when we get a construction manager where we figure out the funding strategy, what percentage is bond, what percentage are we doing cash, that sort of stuff?
Absolutely, Vice Chair. So part of our plan is to hopefully onboard an architect engineer so that we can start solidifying some of those costs. But yes, Deputy Administrator Cole, Deputy Administrator Smith, Director Post, we've all been meeting internally, especially with the treasurer's office rather, to come up with some strategy with financing. And we know that this project will certainly entail some bonding for sure, if not for the significant portion of the project. So we'll definitely keep the board up to speed on that.
All right, we're gonna go back and at board chair discretion, we'll take back up item 2026-439, the request for approval of amendment number 1, construction manager at risk agreement with Miller Davis Company to establish the guaranteed maximum price for 440 North Church Street parking garage project. Administrator.
And thank you. So to that motion, the guaranteed maximum price, and I will get confirmation once I say this, but it's $26,825,136. All right, and that is $30,252 more than the original proposal. So that was submitted. So $26,825, $136. I'm sorry, 26. Yes, thank you. Incorrect. $26,825,136. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Administrator. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Make a motion to support that.
Motion made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Is there discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. My apologies, the calls for a roll call. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strips.
Yes.
9 yes.
That motion carries. All right, we will go on to members' time. Who'd like to start? Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me. I have to return to work. So I want to start off by saying on March 4th, I spent the entire day with the clerk's office. They were generous enough and gave me their time. And I learned a lot about what our clerks, not just the clerk, but also the Register of Deeds does. And they were very gracious and kind. And they have an excellent, excellent team. And Clerk Place has done some really revolutionary things for Kalamazoo County. So if you ever get the chance, I highly recommend visiting, stopping in, learning about what they do, learning about the programs and the services they offer, and just meeting the team. It's a great team of fantastic people that I feel really honored to have spent the day with. So, the other thing that I'll say is thank you to Miller Davis and to the Building Authority for all of their hard work. Our intention was never to undermine anybody. It's just this process that we have to figure out. And I'm happy to take that on my shoulders, on our shoulders, to flush this out and make this so this doesn't happen again. And that we put a policy in place that is responsible, that considers our employees here in Kalamazoo County, our companies here in Kalamazoo County, and making sure that people are getting paid a living wage and have fair labor practices. And so apologies to everybody who had to witness the chaos, but we got through it. We are going to come out on the other end stronger. So thank you for letting me go first.
Absolutely. Thank you. Commissioner Morales?
And thank you for your service. Couple things. I learned some things tonight. One is to really take deeper dives into, what we're voting for and understanding policies that sometimes I just get a general explanation over. So, learning curve for me, I'm happy we got through it. Thank you to the Board Authority, Miller Davis administration, and our board. Dr. Catlin took my bifurcate, so I won't go into there, but thank you for the word of the day, council. We have so to Commissioner Wheeler's point, I got reunited with the County ID board, and some good things are coming down that pipeline. One, to support even infants with some type of photo ID so that they can be identifiable. Their employees there are doing some great work and redefining their systems down there. So I was really impressed with the meeting that I just attended. And then just community-wide, it is Women's History Month. Happy Women's History Month to all my hardworking women out there. Kalamazoo Valley is hosting a Women's History Luncheon on April 2. March 25th is the deadline. We will be honoring Artrella Cone, Dr. Valerie Cunningham, Mary Gustus, and Chef Stephanie Hughes Winfrey. We also finally have the KB Circle grand opening along with the My Ace conference. That will be on March 30. We will have lunch, RSVP by March 23rd. And then to my fellow commissioners, I will be asking for some donation dollars to keep us thriving. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mazer? Commissioner Gessler?
Thank you, Chair. I have a few items. First, with respect to the ad hoc art committee for the north wall of the parking structure, Joel Amos has been a member of the Art Council for some time. He was overjoyed that he was invited to participate. Usually it tends to be people in the city or the cities, and he's out almost in Battle Creek. He's way out there, but he's a good guy, and he's overjoyed to be able to serve on that ad hoc committee. Excuse me. I believe this came from the Office of Emergency Management. They're going to have training for local officials of some sort, and it's including all of us and anybody else that's either elected or appointed. And they're going to do 2 sessions, one on April 1st at the Ashtimo Fire Department on 6th Street. The second one's on April 15th, tax day, at the Expo Center, and both those sessions will be from 3 o'clock to 4:30. There is going to be another training on April 18th. I don't think it's going to conflict with the other April 18th. I think you mentioned it, Montes. This is earlier in the day. I think it's 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. It's at the Red Cross out on Venture Court. And it's a Skywarn training. We talked about that preliminarily, a while back. Now it's got, some shape to it. And it's to add in Kalamazoo County as many people that want to go out and take a look at the weather so that you can either confirm or deny what they're showing on radar scopes. They want people to actually witness what's going on and call the right number to let it go as a reported hailstorm, tornado, whatever. It doesn't pay anything, but you have to do the 2 hours worth of training, and that's at the Red Cross on April 18th. The Road Commission will remove the weight restrictions next Monday at 6 a.m. So for all you farmers, that's a big deal. I can see Tammy's really excited about it. And this is maybe really important for anybody that's got one of those new radios that sets off and lets you know if the weather's getting real ugly. There's going to be tomorrow a tornado drill statewide at 1 o'clock, and I've confirmed with Office of Emergency Management those radios will activate. I think the message will come through as this is a drill or something like that, but don't be surprised if you have one of those radios that it blares at you, and all the folks cooperating. It's a voluntary drill. And so there may be some tornado sirens going off and all sorts of things. So 1 o'clock tomorrow, don't think the world's coming to an end, because it probably isn't. That's it. Thank you. Oh, I do have one last thing. I learned today, and I felt I was going to stay stupid, but I learned this early in the morning, that there's a difference between Irish bagpipes and Scotland bagpipes. The Irish bagpipes are a little more melodious and not so blaring. And I had an uncle that used to have bagpipes, but they were Scotch bagpipes, and it was not very melodious when he played them. And his definition of a gentleman, make notes here, is someone that can play the bagpipes, but doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gessler. Commissioner DeLue.
Commissioner Ray, do you have anything tonight? Well, it was a good meeting. We were a productive meeting, and I appreciate everybody's input. And I always appreciate the vice chair's historical knowledge of this board and this county. And you're speaking of the contracts with the sheriff's department through the county, and I know board leadership always looks out for everybody's best interest, but keep in mind, as I know it's hard, but the townships aren't rich either. So I know there's already some concerns about what they're going to be able to afford in the future. And lastly, I have to say how disappointed I am at the lack of green in this room tonight. I mean, come on. I'm Dutch, but if you get in the right light, this is a green shirt anyway. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLue. Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by saying, I really appreciate how Commissioner DeLue advocates for his district. He does a really good job. And I do have things for tonight. And tell your wife I say hi. So one of the things that I kept hearing come up was some of the subcontractors and whether or not they pay a living wage. Is there a place where we can go and like look that stuff up, or is that just stuff how much companies pay?
So, yeah, Vice Chair, if you'd like to chime in.
If we had used our subcontractor policy, then we would have been able to assess a lot of that information, and it would have been part of the matrix, along with how many employees live in the county or a contiguous county. What's your safety rating? Do you have an apprenticeship program? All those are factored into that policy. So to answer your question, yes, we could have figured that out had we used our policy.
It includes, just to clear, further information too about benefits, retirement, et cetera. Commissioner Ray.
Okay, I'll just note that was good information, but didn't really answer my question. So no, there's not a place to go. So when that reference was being made, it was just knowledge that people had, because I heard Commissioner Wheeler say it as well. But I want to thank everybody for their work on that process, the building authority, administration, Miller Davis. Clearly, a lot of hard work went into it. I just hope that we can work to improve our process, get it right and together before our next project, so we don't have to be here. I don't think it's our job or responsibility to really be getting down in the weeds like we had to do today. So I hope that we can just get better in the future. Also want to note that I appreciate the updates from the Hopi Navigation Winter Shelter Project. I don't know if it's because we fund that one and not the other two directly, why we don't get those updates, but I would love to hear the same kind of updates from those other two projects and just kind of hear and talk through where those 100+ people are going when that ends March 31st. And if some of those folks have transitioned into permanent affordable housing, just kind of where those folks are. I like to hear those numbers and those updates. And then also was having a conversation with Corporation Counsel earlier today, and we were talking about training. And then the discussion tonight just kind of brought it all the way around full circle, where we talked about some of the boards, authorities, commissions, having some ethics and Robert's rules and conflict of interest trainings. I think that would be really good for us to implement, just for information and knowledge purposes. I think a lot of times we have experts appointed to these boards, but not everybody knows all the things that, you know, some of us know when we serve on the board, because we serve on a lot of boards and sometimes it's people's first time. Just think it would be helpful. I think that was it. I had something else and then I forgot because Commissioner Gissler was trying to be funny. I love it. So I think that's it for me. Yeah, have a good night.
Administrator, to the point of the emergency shelters that are funded through the COC, they're receiving reports. Can we obtain that information and have that shared back to the board?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll send that out hopefully by tomorrow. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're adjourned.